These are कुछ बोलो तो हेलो अरे कुछ बोलो आप बोलो वो माइक दे रहा है माइक में माइक ऑफ है बहुत तो कर तो भाई
हेलो 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 हेलो
चेक करके आए थे ऑडियो ले हेलो हेलो अरे भैया कुछ ना कुछ बोलते हो
हेलो वेलकम टू जीएससी मैच चेक
आ तो रहा है। ये कहाँ से आ रहा है, लेकिन यहाँ से आ रहा है।
वही तो देख रहा हूँ, यहाँ से आ रहा है वहां से आ रहा है, पता नहीं चल
तो
रहा।
वहां का बंद कर दो ना, होता होता।
वहां के यहीं से बंद करना होता है। यहाँ पर तो माइक्रोफोन एरे लगा हुआ है। EMD ऑडियो डिवाइस।
हाँ, तो भी यहाँ से आ रहा है सीधा।
ये हेडसेट तो नहीं है?
हेडसेट ही होगा, एक बार चेक करो।
हेलो, हेलो। ये तो इसका ही है।
ऑडियो डिवाइस इसका है।
ये इसका है।
हाँ, ये इसका है।
50 पैसों में सिंडिकेट वाले क्लिप चलाते थे और फिर उसको वो एक रील एक जगह खत्म हुई दूसरे आईडी पे तीसरे जगह खत्म हुई तीसरी कोई बाहर वाला उसको पैसे लेके वो सब पिक्चर क्यों अभी बंद हो गई नहीं वो अभी रील आ रही है
Respected VC Sir, Sri Rajiv Ranjan Sir, distinguished guests, faculty members, and my dear friends, on behalf of the organizing team, I welcome you all to this Sustainability Conclave on Productivity and Green Growth. Productivity is the art of bringing value to a situation with greater efficiency. Productivity is doing the same amount of work in less time without compromising on the end result. And in today's fast-paced and time-scarce world, productivity is always at the back of our minds, whether we realize it or not. Today, we have this wonderful platform to share ideas thanks to the National Productivity Council. The National Productivity Council is an autonomous organization under the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, Ministry of Commerce and Industry, Government of India. It focuses on research, consultancy, and training services in the field of productivity. With the competitions leading to this event, with the interest, my friends, that you have shown towards the subject and the smiling, delightful faces that you have now, the air is packed with a positive energy and a zeal to learn something new today. As is rooted within our culture, any event as momentous as today starts with lighting the lamp. It signifies our respect towards the higher powers that always guide us and reinforce the positivity that we all have in our minds. I request all the dignitaries to please come forward and light the lamp to mark the starting of the ceremony. My dear friends, we have distinguished guests today from various different fields of the society. Before starting the event, I would like to introduce all of them to you. And I would like our students to please welcome them with a bouquet. First, we have Dr. Rajiv Ranjan, retired IAS officer and director ICRO. I would request our student to please welcome him with a bouquet. Everybody please give a big round of applause. Next, we have Shri Rahul Kirkire, the Regional Director of NPC Gandhinagar. Next, we have Shri Sagar Panchal from IC Drones. I request Next, we have Shri Tarun Purohit, Fund Research Private Limited. I would like to welcome to please come over the stage so that we can start our program. We also have with us Shri G.P. Namdeo, Executive Director of Baroda Productivity Council. I would also like to welcome him to this program. Dear participants, it is rightly said that without the right guidance, even the brightest fail to realize their actual potential. We all are so fortunate to have the guidance of our respected Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, and I would request him to please address the gathering and let us all welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning. I'm extremely happy to be here on such an important occasion, that is GSV organizing perhaps the first conclave in partnership with National Productivity Council. As was mentioned just now, that National Productivity Council is under the Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, DPIIT. Maybe all of you know that on 4th of October 2023, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya signed a big agreement with DPIIT in the presence of Honorable Minister C. Piyush Goyal Ji and Sri Ashwini Vaishnav Ji. I have great happiness to share that that particular MOU basically makes GSV as the central nodal agency across whole of India to train all the officers of the state administrative services and the central administrative services on aspects related to PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan and Logistics Policy. That is a very big mandate. I am not aware of any other institute, whether IIT or IIM or any other university, having such a large national mandate. In the same context, it's important to realize for some of us that the purpose for which we are set up is to be India's only university in transportation and logistics sector. Transportation has a great role in sustainability. While India has committed to reach net zero goals by 2030, and we are moving forward very, very fast in that aspect. And some of you also know that in this year 2024, a hydrogen power train will also be introduced for the first time. So Indian Railways is taking initiatives and significant initiatives in terms of sustainability. Already more than 99% of our tracks are electrified, and we are moving towards cleaner and renewable versions of energy as we move forward. 2 days back, I happened to attend an event related to aviation sector. As we had discussed earlier, Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya shall cater to the entire transportation and logistics sector. We already started programs in railway engineering. We had signed a big agreement with Airbus on 7th of September last year, that is to encourage and promote the aerospace and aviation sector in India, and we shall start several programs related to aviation sectors in days to come. Because ours is a 21st century university, we wanted to create this university based on the needs of 21st century. That is, to create any curriculum, to launch any program which is relevant to the industry. So our university's mission is innovation-led and industry-driven. Before we started any program rail engineering, even when we were under the Ministry of Railways, we took significant inputs from all the production units of Indian Railways and their various institutes and from the field before we finalized our curriculum related to rail engineering. Similarly, now that we want to start some programs in days to come related to aviation sector, we are consulting with industry. Airbus, of course, is a natural partner because we have an agreement with them, we have an MOU with them. So on 18 January, when I visited the biggest civil aviation show, Wings India, that happened in Hyderabad, which was inaugurated by the Civil Aviation Minister, Sri Sindhia ji, I happened to have a chance to meet several people in the aviation sector and the exhibitions they had set up. One key theme that was there is related to sustainability. That is, how do we create aviation fuels which is sustainable? How do we move towards sustainable aviation aspect? We have shortlisted 4 or 5 short-term training programs currently in aviation sector, which we will launch in partnership with. These are very short-term programs for working professors. Before we start full-time regular program, we really want to build an ecosystem, we want to build partners, we want to see interest in the industry before we start such more programs. So one of these programs is related to decarbonization and sustainability. Other programs, of course, are related to safety or incidents investigation and several. We are looking at programs which are practical, which are realistic, which are needed. If we look in other sectors, our own construction for our facilities, this morning I had a discussion with the people from RVNL, is likely to begin in February of this month, that is next month. They have already completed most of the technical bids, financial bids. The buildings that are conceptualized as academic block, as hostel blocks, as laboratory blocks, also have environmental sustainability as one of the key aspects. The way they have been designed is to take the maximum sunlight, have the maximum ventilation, to minimize the energy needs and create a sustainable culture. We are very fortunate that we are in a campus which is heritage in nature, and we want to make sure that going ahead, not only heritage must be preserved, but we have to do things that also enhances the sustainable nature of our campus. When we get additional new land of 110 acres, that I understood that by the end of March we should be able to have possession of, and that is where we will build a master plan and start construction with. That will also be environmentally sustainable from day one. We are very fortunate today that we have eminent people with us. Dr. Rajiv Ranjan ji, he retired as the Chief Secretary of Tamil Nadu and has very vast experience in some of the discussions that I had. He was one of the early members when Gati Shakti plan was being discussed by the Prime Minister. Right? We are very fortunate to have many of his inputs. He was also the one member who was involved with some of the semiconductor and electronic manufacturing decades back. Now the trend is things are happening. So to listen to and be able to interact with such people is actually a great privilege. He currently is associated, after his retirement from IAS, into several important national missions, more as a volunteer. Basically, it is like in the way of giving. Whatever he has learned, how do we translate it back to the society to make it more important? So with that motive, with such noble motives, we have Dr. Rajiv Ranjan ji, and I really look forward to listen to him. Then we have from National Productivity Council, from our Gujarat offices, from Vadodara offices, we have startups, Rahul ji of course is there, Ramdev ji is there, so we have many members. present. I am not getting into each the name, but I am really very happy that we have such kind of people today at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya to discuss such an important theme of sustainability. Within our programs, if you notice, I am talking to BTech programs that are introduced this year. We have courses related to sustainability, energy sustainability, because whole of the transportation sector uses significant amounts of energy. So we have taken 2 of the courses I remember, which are from the Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and have adapted them to make sure that our students, when they learn, they also learn how to utilize energy in an efficient manner and therefore contribute to the sustainability approach when we go ahead with through our regular curriculum programs. As we go ahead, this year we will start MTech programs, we will start PhD programs in various aspects of transportation and logistics. We will start more programs for working professionals. That is, how do we enable people working in the field already, whether they are working in Indian Railways at whichever location in India, or in any other transportation sector, or people who are working in Vadodara in whichever industry, how do we enable them to enroll into our programs and contribute to the mission of upskilling and reskilling that GSV has? So it's not only regular education, it is about executive education. Learning is a continuous process, and therefore this is what GSV will focus on: continuous learning and executive education training. Similarly, we are also looking, we are a university, we are a central university. We are governed by Act, but the Act allows us enough flexibility to do what is needed, and whatever is needed for India, whether it is to create high-level research programs like at doctoral level and so on, or to create new centers of research, or even to start diploma programs which will help into skilling and having people employed at the sector, we will do. So the point again I want to highlight is that GSV will not be a traditional university. If it is a modern 21st century university, it must be open, it must be flexible, it must listen to the stakeholders, and it must have those programs which will really take India to the developed country by 2047. It is in that context, apart from having 27 regular faculty members today that we have on board, each of them with a PhD degree from a top institute like or IIT or IIM in India or from abroad. So each of them actually are qualified good enough to go to any top IIT or IIM. They have all chosen to be in Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya because they all believe this mission. Apart from them, we also have 4 distinguished professors, distinguished visiting professors that we hired. One of them ex-secretary logistics, he has already joined, ex-secretary. Another one, we had a session on 11 January on the IPR. He is a IPR expert in India and already a visiting professor or honorary professor at 5 institutes in India. So Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya has taken voluntarily a role to help preserve and generate intellectual property for all of Indian Railways. As Indian Railways is introducing indigenous technology-based trains like Vande Bharat, this intellectual property must be protected. And that is the responsibility and role of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. Similarly, we have Dr. Satya Gupta, he will visit us soon. We also have Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji. He was the ex-chairman Railway Board till the end of August, and he has joined us as the distinguished visiting professor. He is visiting us on 24th of this month. So 25th and 26th he will be here with us, and he will have lectures, special lectures, examples, for example, the latest and the best in railway track technology. He has been a civil engineer and having retired at the highest position, that is Chairman Railway Board, I do not think GSV can be any more fortunate to listen to any other expert like that. So on 25th evening, we will have a special lecture by him for all faculty staff for the latest trends in railway track design and railway track technology. Why? With him we are working for a proposal to set up a center of excellence in GSV on rail wheel interaction at Gati Shakti Vishwadhar. There is no such center in India. So GSV shall become a technology test bed for many such things, many such firsts. And that is what we have to do. So 25th, 26th, maybe I am taking some advanced thing. More details will be shared by the organizing team. On the 75th Republic Day of India, GSV shall not only celebrate Republic Day, but also should celebrate like what GSV can contribute to national development, to Viksit Bharat at 2047, and maybe we will have a 1 or 2 hour kind of a session to really deliberate upon GSV's role in Viksit Bharat. I have requested Sri Anil Kumar Lahoti ji to also talk that day about role of Indian Railways in national development, and particularly what is recently happening and what GSV can do. So Republic Day is not a holiday. It should be a day to rededicate ourselves to be able to contribute more to India, its democratic spirit that we have. We are also in the process that as one family, our Prime Minister gave the mission, right? As one family, one earth, one future. GSV as one family should that day, and our registrar and Gublaji and all the team is working very hard to get t-shirts for all of GSV family that we shall wear on that day. Right? In the spirit that for Viksit Bharat at 2047, how GSV takes the sankalp and contribute that day towards that. So it is not work as a routine work. Every morning all of you come to office, class, you are not coming just because there are 12 hours in a day or daytime before you go to sleep and you just want to do something and therefore just come and do. You are all coming because there is a purpose. We are not created, we are not born just because of some incidents. We are born because the whole universe conspired us to come on this planet Earth in the life form to be able to do something. And whatever our purpose be, whatever we want to do, maybe you want to do different than what I want to do, that is fine, but we all have a purpose, we all have a goal, we all have a charter. And I request each of us at least to have one common thing, that is to have passion towards whatever you like. For us, currently we are all at GSV and our goal is to build a top university from GSV, India's only university in transportation logistics sector. That is my passion. That is entire GSV family's passion. And we have to do something. I believe that such events like this, are not just one. They are a series of events that this year you will continue to see. This is the marking of arrival of GSV in the national scene. GSV, which is looked at by all people, wherever we go, people say and talk, okay, we have great hopes and expectations from GSV. So once again, not taking much time, I want to thank you so much. I really want to thank all the dignitaries who have, and really look forward to deliberations on sustainability and what we can do in the aspects of agri-logistics, in the aspect of green logistics, in the aspect of sustainable transportation, or whether drone applications, or what we can do, and how can we leverage modern technology tools like AI and machine learning in many of the aspects that we do day to day. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for those inspiring words. We are privileged to have among us today Shri Hari Kirkire, Regional Director, National Productivity Council, Gandhinagar. He graduated from Ambedkar Institute of Productivity and was responsible for organizational restructuring and manpower optimization for the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, Airport Authority of India, Indian Institute of Management Indore, and many more. With an experience of about 110 consultancy projects in a plethora of domains, both as team leader and team lead, he is a versatile professional with a strong work ethic. I invite Sir to address the gathering.
Ji, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary ji, he said it is our first visit here, but I assure him that it will not be the last. So we will continue with the exploration. Esteemed speakers, learned faculty members and the students of Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya. We have some friends from press also, as well as invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm morning to all of you. And our scriptures have different very potent and very positive nuggets. The nugget that I have chosen for today's day is Anna Brahma Raso Vishnu Bhokta Devo Maheshwara. So Anna is samtulya to Brahma. The vitality of that food has been equated to Vishnu, and the person who is eating it is Shiva. In today's context, we can say that the farmers, they are producing our food. Not all the food is taken in the raw form, so there are food processors, and then we have the food consumers. The link that actually adds all these together is the logistics sector. So the logistics sector is responsible for transforming or transferring this ras or vitality of the food from the farm to our plate, farm to fork, as they say. So it is very important sector from the sustainability point of view also. There are four quick points that I want to make in this field for this ecosystem. Firstly, for many centuries, our villages have been a shining example of sustainability. The farmers used to produce food. There were blacksmiths who used to make agricultural implements. Then there were potters who used to make pots. And they were making for their own village consumption. Whatever was excess was sold in nearby markets, which were called as mandis. Now, in the last century, as per our collective wisdom, this all transformed from what we know as in lean parlance. In Japanese, they have a lean concept in which this is called as a pull system. So whatever the market is demanding is being produced. Now, in the last century, as per our collective wisdom, we have transformed this into a push system. So we produce more and more, and then we have lot of advertising and marketing to sell it, to push it to the consumers, due to which we have lot of wastages, and then we start thinking about how to solve this wastage thing, how to clean up. So manufacturing beyond consumption, that has become the norm. Again, we have to go back to the roots to make it more and more sustainable. In fact, our Prime Minister has evolved a mission for life, that is lifestyle for environment, which was launched by our Prime Minister. And the central themes of this mission for life are saving of energy and water consumption, say no to single-use plastic, reduce wastage, adopt a healthy lifestyle, and adopt sustainable food systems. So I am thankful to Rajiv Ranjan ji in this ICRO initiative. They have taken up energy and water, because we have done a lot of energy audits and water audits for MSME sector. Then looking for the wastage also, they have involved NBC in doing lot of biomedical based studies and actually training lot of hospitals in this concept. Second point that I want to make is that over the years, there has been a lot of continuous improvement that has happened in the agricultural sector. So lot of technology input has come in. So land productivity has increased, as well as the manpower productivity has also increased. So there are a lot of free manpower available from the agricultural sector, and slowly and surely they have come to the cities. Now in cities, since the manufacturing sector has not kept pace, it was like 15 years back also it contributed 15% of the GDP. Now also manufacturing sector has stagnated to that 15% only. So since the manufacturing sector has not come up as we would have liked it, so most of this manpower which has come from villages to the cities is being utilized in lowly service sector. So all security guards, courier service, food delivery operators. So all these services, all these village people are being utilized, which is not a healthy practice, because neither the villages become sustainable nor the cities have become sustainable because of the excess population. So what we require is food processing sector to come up in the village environment only, so that this agricultural produce can be directly utilized in this food processing sector. In fact, government has also come up with national food processing scheme, the mission, in a mission mode. Our food processing sector already is very big. It is actually $535 million per year of output. But still it is not on the top ladder, and we have to improve upon it so that we get additional income from agricultural sector also, we retain that vitality of the food also, as well as our excess manpower can be utilized in this sector, which will make the cities also sustainable as well as the village also. Third point I want to make is on the agricultural side, the government has come up with the National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, which is part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change. Its main objectives are also protection of the natural resources like land, water, nutrients, so as the climate change does not impact the agricultural sector. So this involves diversified cropping, multi-cropping, planting of trees under the agroforestry mission, drip irrigation, soil health cards, high yield of cropping variety which can be utilized. So all these things are happening on the agricultural front also. Fourth and the last point is about agri-logistics. Now government has launched a Kisan Rath mobile app. This is for farmers as well as farmer producing organizations. So through this app, it is also connected to NAM portal, that is National Agricultural Market Portal. So they can take transportation from this app directly. The perishable cargo, which is one of the main portion of the agricultural sector, lot of work is being done in that sector also. There are a lot of perishable cargo warehouses that are coming up. In fact, the Indian Railways, they are running 24 routes for perishable sector also. There are cold storage facilities at 26 airports also nowadays, so that this produce can be transferred to the market where the demand is there. Further, Sagarmala project, which is port-led or port-driven market development that we are thinking about, dedicated freight corridors of course, and the unified logistics policy. So these are some of the things that the government is doing to make the things sustainable, so that the productivity at one hand can also be increased and the climate also can be taken care of. So a lot of work is happening in this field for ensuring sustainability and green growth. In fact, a lot of startups have entered in this field, and we should actually thank our future generation, this new generation, that they are not opting for a cozy 9-to-5 job, and they are actually generating employment. So we have two such startups here who will be talking to you about drone application in this sector as well as Industry 4.0. Now, since a lot of students are here, most of them, some of them might be also interested in making their own startups, so they can learn from their experiences. Maybe they can have contact with them for later development also. And we thank them for the time they have taken for this. Honorable PM in this G20 conclave, he had given one earth, one family and one future, which calls for finding the right balance between productivity and efficiency at one hand and sustainability and climate resilience on other. So let's all work towards it. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts on this field. We are delighted to be joined today by Dr. Rajiv Ranjan as the chief guest. He served as the Chief Secretary at Indian Administrative Service, Government of India, and moved on to become the founding director of IPL Center for Rural Outreach, ICRO. With a background in governance, regulatory affairs, and policy advisory, his expertise encompasses project management, budgeting skills at state level, financial modeling, and project planning design across central government departments. I invite Sir to address the gathering.
Good morning, all of you. Professor Chaudhary, Honorable Vice Chancellor, GSV, Shri Rahul Kirkire, my colleague from NPC, Mr. Natraj from NPC, and we have two startups, Mr. Panchal and Mr. For Mr. Tarun Purohit from Limelight, and Mr. Panchal is from IG Drone. So these two areas you'll be seeing the technical session, and Professor Chintala, Mr. Namdeo, other distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be here for this sustainability conclave, particularly in this campus, because this is quite historic and a heritage place, and I had not had the chance to visit it, but I had known about the National Academy of the Indian Railways, and I was fortunate to go around in the morning, and I was just admiring the setting that you have. Coming from Delhi, where I am now based, so that's a very big change. Now you'll be knowing Delhi is in, not only Delhi, the entire northern Gangetic belt right up to Calcutta is in the middle of a very big intense fog, and the temperatures are very low. So while it is winter session, and in the winter we expect temperatures to come down, but why is it that it is not an enjoyable winter, which normally Delhi is is a good place to enjoy the warm winter sun, but now to get out of Delhi is a respite. So I was thankful that I could come to this campus. So I am now, why I am mentioning this in the beginning of my address is to make you understand, and all of you intuitively understand, that this has something to, talk about sustainability, something to talk about green growth. So how is it that we are all experiencing that? How is it that we cannot escape that? And what is it that you can do to at least do something about it, whatever in our own capacity that we can do? So in all these contexts, and I have a very detailed 45-minute session after the tea break. So there I will try to cover a little bit more technically and some of the issues with some data, hopefully that might interest you. But in this inaugural session, I just wanted to make this point that there's no escape from this kind of the topic that we are discussing. Climate change is something which cannot be denied. There are many skeptics, there are many people who say that this is just a conspiracy. Some scientists want to become important by talking about their area of the thing, and it has been, Earth has been going through these cycles of cooling and warming. So I'll not get into all those issues. Just the point I'm making is that as humans, you must have heard of this term of Anthropocene. That is, as humans, we are contributing to, or we are changing, or we are helping, or I'll say, to the deterioration which is happening in the climate around us. So as a species, we are not just one species, we are the predominant species, and which has led to it in such a way that it is so inhospitable, and then the generations which are going to come, will it be sustainable? So this is the big talk. And then why am I saying that? How is it relevant to you when you are, most of you as students are looking at immediate objective of passing through, looking for a good job and learning a livelihood. In that connection, is it worthwhile to spend time on these kind of general issues? So that's the point I'm trying to make, that we should see the connections in all these things. As you see the bigger picture, we are fortunate to work in the government system for a long time at fairly senior levels. So we are in a position to understand that, and government is a very major stakeholder in whatever is happening. I mean, it's not that the private sector industry doesn't do, but the prime mover many times is government, but then certain areas is the industry. So I was very happy to hear when VC said that GSV is innovation, inspired and industry led. Now, when we say innovation, again, we need to understand that as human, as people, we always, you must have heard this famous issue that as the population of the world increase, Indian population increase, will we have enough resources to feed? So there was this whole thing that there will be a shortage, and there is a whole, I'm sure many of you would be, who are academically would know about all this. I will not get into that, but maybe in the afternoon session possibly we can cover that. There was this debate that there was this scenario that we will run into a huge shortage of food, and many people believe that, look, population is a big curse. Then this concept of demographic dividend started. No, that there is a way of looking at it. As long as there is innovation, as long as people they'll find ways to increase through productivity, through new insights, innovation, more production, and that is where productivity comes in. But then it has to be sustainable in the long run. You cannot, this scorched earth policy, that look, you get immediately, yes, you can get in the short run, you can maximize your profit, but then you will not leave to the next generation after that anything left. So if you extract beyond a point from either whether it is earth, wherever you can do, then you kill it. And this is like the golden goose kind of a story, that you see the farmer, the greedy farmer, or the greedy person thought that, look, why get one golden egg every day? Let me get all of that in one day. And that is why you realize this is just a way of trying to understand that it is very instinctively clear, but it's not clear to many of them who would like to. This is also something to do with the tragedy of the commons. You must have heard of this whole thing. Again, as environmental people are aware of this, that what is a common resource? Nobody is bothered to, and this happens with government resources very much. It is nobody's baby. Nobody is bothered to look after that. And that is why, so this is where we should realize that we can't say it is nobody, it is all of us are involved. And that is where you realize this whole concept of, I don't know how many of you have heard of James Lovelock. James Lovelock was a British inventor and a multifaceted personality. He came up with this theory of Gaia theory. I don't know, again, if you are aware of this. That is the Greek goddess of, earth. And the theory is that everything is interrelated as far as this world ecosystem is concerned. A small thing, you must have heard of this thing, that a small incident somewhere, even like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings, can lead to a hurricane somewhere else. So this concept of how a small thing can be magnified in a big way because there are many tipping points. It is just at the tipping point, some small thing can make a huge and disproportionate difference to something in a very different way. Now, this understanding is not very obvious. This is because we all work in silos. We look at small, narrow perspectives. And that is why I'm now connecting to the theme that GSV, or if you look at logistics as a whole, is looking at that you should get out of these narrow silos, narrow compartments. You should see the bigger picture and the larger picture. And that is where policy making, that is, they say, helicopter view of things. You look at it from the top and see the thing, they are small in itself, but you have a bigger picture. So unless you see the bigger picture, now that is a little difficult at the early levels, because that you need to go through some kind of a, let's say, courses, some kind of a, it takes a little time to develop the maturity, but I'm not saying it is an age-related issue. It is a mindset of cultivating and seeing beyond what is very obvious is something which will go a long way in your career, and that is something which you should see the very fundamental aspect of the, so when I was, just now sharing it with the Honorable Vice Chancellor, that I had an opportunity to be associated when this Gati Shakti concept was being discussed. Now, Gati Shakti is a word, but please understand what is behind it. What is behind is something which we always grapple. This is this concept of specialization versus generalization. Now, there are specialists which are needed very much, but at the same time, we should also have a bigger picture. So I'm just making, loosely I'm using these words to make you understand that the bigger picture means that we should be understanding how things are interrelated, what is it that you can do to help that. And when you look at logistics, now look at it in terms of actual cost to the economy. The Indian economy today is poised in a very, in a good way, that we are looking at the Amrit Kal, as you all know, in the next 25 or 23 years, as we reach 100th year of India's independence, we are hoping, or we are wanting, or we are aspiring to become a developed country. Now, developed country definition, again, if you look at it, we will not get into those issues right now, but to make the point that we are today a large, in terms of the growth, in terms of the large world economies, we are the fastest growing large economy in the world. Now, that is good, but we have a long way to go. We will become the third largest economy, as the Honorable Prime Minister mentions. That it will happen because with the large size of the Indian economy, it will happen. But when it will happen, how fast it can happen is where we have a role to play. And institutions like this, people like you, all have a role to play. Otherwise, it will take more and more time. But the other thing which we should look at is not just the size. It is also to do with, it is not just the size of the economy. You can become the third largest eventually a few years down the line. But in terms of per capita income, where do you stand? And where does India stand? And that is where you should understand the developed country means that per capita income wise also, we should be in the top, somewhere in the top. We cannot aspire immediately to get into the top because there are a lot of issues involved in that, and that's why you realize the real challenge. So, again, I'll not get into too much of details of numbers, but those of you who are inclined, it's worthwhile to look at all these numbers to understand how significant and big the challenge is, and then how to unravel that. It has all, we all know that only small drops add up, and then it eventually, that's how we can add up to what it eventually comes to. So if I just wanted to mention, because of the innovation, and I have been fortunate enough to look at innovation closely, innovation policy, I was involved in trying to get an innovation policy, because I used to be there in the system when the intellectual property rights scenario was getting changed. In fact, I had when the legislative changes were getting done in the Patents Act, in the Designs Act. I was at that time in the Ministry of Commerce Industry, particularly in that time it was DPIT, the industry, and they were handling that. So that gave me a little bit of inspiration, and I was at that time working closely with World Intellectual Property Organization, which is in Geneva, a UN-based organization, and looked at how other countries had innovation policies, why they were able to go much faster, and why is it that India as a country was trailing behind. So what is it that makes one economy or one country overtake other? What is it that drives innovation? And just to make a small point here, again, if this question was asked, that where do we stand in the world? Because rankings become important. As you know, we can't escape rankings. Rankings are important to understand, but sometimes more, I mean, it can also have other consequences. But right now we are looking at what ranking India has in terms of innovation. I don't know how many of you are aware that there is a index which comes out called the Global Innovation Index, and the government has been trying to see whether we improve our rankings. It's like our ease of doing business ranking. Now, ease of doing business ranking, again, those of you would know, unless we improve our ease of doing business ranking, we will not be able to attract investments in India. Why would anybody come to India if there are a lot of bottlenecks, if there are a lot of problems and hardships, and they have a choice to go to some other country? The same thing happens with you. You go to a place where you compare, or you go to a job when you make comparisons. So this is where you realize that these kind of things. So in Global Innovation Index, which is done with WIPO, and in fact industry bodies are involved, and I was also involved in the beginning when some of it was getting done. So last so many years, we have as a country tried to improve our rankings on various parameters. So coming to Global Innovation Index, we were 81st in 2015. Now, what does it mean? 81st in the world. And from then, in the last 5-7 years, today in 2023, from 81st we have become now 40th, 40. Now 40, you may say that okay, there are 39 countries ahead of us. But please understand that from 81 to 40th, in last 7 years, in fact last year also, in 22 also we became 40th. So 40th has been with 22 and 23. Now the question is that what is this GII? And again it is linked to something which I just thought I will give you a flavor of what we are going to discuss maybe later. It ranks, the GII, the Global Innovation Index, is based on a lot of factors on which a scoring is done based on some data, and all countries are ranked, and this data is given by the institutions within the country like CII and all that are involved. So there are ranking of institutions, ranking of human capital research, and infrastructure is one of the sectors which are ranked, and this is very important is and linked to where we are. Infrastructure plays a very important role. There are other things like market sophistication, there are knowledge and technology output and creative output. These are the main sectors which are ranked to have a composite score of Global Innovation Index. So on infrastructure, where does India stand? General infrastructure, we stand on 46 ranking. But on ecological sustainability, we stand 128 in the world. So, though our composite ranking is 40th in innovation, and innovation, as I said, is can be broken up into many, and there are different definitions, but we are taking this as a standard because. But on ecological sustainability, we are 128th. So we have a long way to go, and that is where sustainability comes in, and that is why we have to. Whereas there is another aspect of looking at it in terms of per capita emissions. As you all know, there's a issue of what is your carbon footprint, how much of emissions are there in the economy, what is per capita. So per capita emission wise, we are one of the lowest in the world. But again, as a country, we are third largest emitter after China, USA and India. So per capita here is good for you. As I said, per capita income you are very, very down, so you have a long way to go. Here per capita is positive because it's very low, being a very, less developed, I would say, compared to what the developed countries are. So, but development means that. What does development mean? You will have more resources, that's how you are developed. So you will have to have more energy, and the energy has to come from sustainable sources. And that is where, instead of the carbon fossil based kind of versus coal, you will have to get into renewable energy. And again, I was fortunate to work in these areas, having served in Tamil Nadu for 35 years. And Tamil Nadu is today the second largest economy in India, if each state, as you consider. So if you look at the population of Tamil Nadu, it is not as big, it's quite small. But in terms of the GDP, its contribution is much more than its population. That is where we need to understand that why in this country itself, this kind of different growth patterns are there. Why is it that some regions, some states have done better than others? And they were not the same. I recall when I went first to Tamil Nadu in 80s, Tamil Nadu was not one of those developed economies. So there has something happened in the last 20 to 25, 30 years. So if you look at all these things, you understand the issue of innovation, you understand human capital, you understand where women-led development, youth-led development. And these are things which we will discuss a little later in the afternoon session. So I just wanted to make the point first that you look at the larger picture. The Gaia theory is James Lovelock died at the age of 102, 2 years back. You know, he was he was a genius, multifaceted. He was a medical doctor who had done a lot of work in making, for example, instruments to measure those days, you see, because he's very old, so 50, 70 years back, there were not many instruments. First time somebody had to make instruments to even look at how pollution can be looked at. So I'll not get into all that, but those who have interest will realize that these kind of thinkers, and he wrote a book just 1 year before he died, he along with somebody. But the point I'm making is that they were very, very creative, they were active till the end, and 100 years is not a small thing. The lifespan of a human being, that is again linked to sustainable. If you are living in a country which has clean, pure air, if not, now Delhi says that, look, if somebody stays in Delhi, he loses 11 to 13 years of his life because of the pollution which is there in Delhi. This is one calculation. I will not get into, you can have quarrels with how it is done. But this is again, these are all very well cited work. So it has such deleterious, such adverse impact on you. So why would somebody, if not if given a choice, would like to remain there? So the questions are that these are the kind, and this brings down the, not only GDP, it brings down to the growth, brings down, and again, not 75 years back when we were independent, what was the average lifespan of an Indian? I don't know how many of you would have thought about it. We generally feel that we had a very glorious things, but please also understand that as humanity, you see the average lifespan of human beings, because of a lot of issues, diseases, we didn't have antibiotics, a lot of other issues, where the air was very pure and all that fine, but the question was average lifespan of an Indian during independence. Can somebody say how much was it? It was in 30s, so let's say 35. I will not get again with numbers. The point I'm making is, let's assume it is 35. So 75 years back, an average Indian could live up or aspire to live up to 35 years of age, average. Today, what is it? Today it is 70 years, 69, 70, 71. Women have a 2-year extra advantage. So an average woman would live for 2 years more than the men, which is again based on genetic factors. Nature has endowed them. So you see, these are all specific aspects. They are interdisciplinary issues. So please understand one thing, that knowledge, if you want to break it in silos, you are making a very big mistake. You should look at interdisciplinary knowledge. That is why these kind of, I would say when GSP has been brought up on and look at, and then as you see advanced universities, advanced countries, they don't recognize the artificial way of, it's already, somewhere you have to start. So you start with the way, but don't have these artificially put things that, okay, this doesn't relate to that. That is a wrong way of looking at it. That kind of a thing, once you understand and put it as a mindset, you will always be eager to learn. That is the mindset we should, I would say, as students, you will try to cultivate, and we are there to give you inputs. But if you are not interested in learning, then please understand that nobody can help you. So that also comes when there is a need. If there is not a need, why would you see survival, as we say? Unless there is a need to do that, people, that is why they say competition is important. If you otherwise leave it, everybody, they say it is rusted because you don't need it. So even for keeping your body, you have to do exercise. Why? Earlier, in our culture, you see in our culture, look at it again, I guess I'm generalizing to make a point. You see, one of our revered lords is Lord Ganesh. Lord Ganesh, though he went around Shiva and won the contest against Kartikeya, but you see, he is depicted as a person with a corpulent belly. Now what does that mean? That is, in our system, there was a time where food scarcity was so huge, so getting enough food, in fact that is why we have genes which are called hunger genes, and that is the problem today. When you have excess capacity, diabetes as a NCD is one of the highest in this China and India put together. You see, India particularly more because Chinese have learnt over now period because, so today India is a diabetic capital of the world. It is also the heart disease capital of the world. Why? Because we have this hunger gene. What is the hunger gene? In the time of scarcity, this gene helped Indians to survive with less food. Today the same thing, because human beings cannot evolve so fast. So what has happened today? So you look at this connection and understand that you have to do extra work to survive, to be fit, and that's a big industry in itself. Those of you, ultimately we need to understand startups. You have to find business opportunity in a problem like this. What is it that you can offer? So there are wellness, there are issues, there are startups which help you to say how much exercise you can do, how much it will help. So the point I'm again making is, look at the larger picture, find out what can be done, and there is nothing better than these kind of platforms, these kind of universities which encourage you to do it. Not every university does it, not every university is equipped to do it. There is a new charter and this is a new place. So I'm just making that point that it's up to all of us to contribute what we can do, and I have taken more than what I'm supposed to, but maybe in the post-tea session we'll cover some of it more. So thank you for giving us this opportunity and all the best.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts with the audience. Let us now proceed with the certificate distribution ceremony. We are aware that the Indian Potash Limited, as part of its corporate social responsibility, has established jointly with National Productivity Council the IPL Center for Rural Outreach. As part of this initiative, the National Productivity Council Office has undertaken study on biomedical waste management in 19 government hospitals and 100 energy and water audits in units in India. In Gujarat State, the National Productivity Council Gandhinagar office has undertaken study on biomedical waste management at 9 government hospitals and 17 energy and water audits. We thank the government of Gujarat for giving us this opportunity to undertake the study, thereby contributing in a humble way to a cleaner and healthy environment. The objective of this certificate distribution ceremony is to recognize and appreciate the hospitals and units where biomedical waste management studies and energy audits have been undertaken for their dedication and commitment to sustainability in their respective hospitals and implementing the best practices. We have a few units and hospitals with us to receive the certificates in this sustainability conclave. I request our chief guest, Shri Rajiv Ranjan Sir, and Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary, to please award the certificates. Starting with biomedical waste management studies, may we now call upon Shri Deep Kamal and Ms. Krina Patel from Infection Control Department of SSG Hospital, Vadodara, to come and receive the certificate on behalf of the hospital from Director, IPL Center for Rural Outreach. We request the officials to share their thoughts about the biomedical waste management study undertaken as SSG Hospital, Vadodara.
Good morning to all. Respected all dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and all dear students. I feel happy and proud to attend this August gathering and accept this honor on the behalf of SSG Hospital in this conclave organized at Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya, Vadodara. SSG Hospital is the largest multi-speciality hospital in central Gujarat with 1513 bedded, which generate a huge amount of biomedical waste every day, and it is our constant effort and strict implementation by our organization to properly dispose of this waste by scientific method, which we have learned from different authorities, including the environment and the National Productivity Council for the improvement last year in one training program. My heartfelt thanks to the organizing group and the National Productivity Council, and especially to Sir Dr. Mr. Natarajan Pratap, Director Environment, National Productivity Council, for the honor of being present at this function today. Again, thanks for providing me such an opportunity. Bharat Mata ki jai, Vande Mataram.
Thank you, sir. Now, we call upon Dr. Ram Sahai Rai, RMO, General Hospital, Godhra, to come and receive the certificate on behalf of the hospital. We request Dr. Ram Sahai Rai to share his thought about the biomedical waste management study undertaken at General Hospital, Godhra.
Good morning to all of you. I would like thanks to this Gati Shakti Vishwavidyalaya University to organize such beautiful events, to include even medical faculties to participate in the development of good earth and environment. Thank you. As far as biomedical waste management is concerned, I am from Godhra Civil Hospital. Now it is Jimmers Medical College. 313 bedded hospitals. Not as large as SSGH hospital, but in future it may be. So solid and liquid waste management is most important thing to make this earth clean and environment. So in earlier stages, it was not so much intention and focus was given to implement such scientific method for biomedical waste. But during this corona incidents, it was seen that biomedical waste material management is so much important, and it not should be in practice during the outbreak of this type of diseases, pandemics, but in day-to-day life, it is most important thing, and there should be a good recognition towards this biomedical waste management, because if we should not give attention towards waste and liquid management, so we pollute our water bodies, we pollute our soils, and ultimately the ecosystem will be disturbed. So we, part of medical fraternity, it is our duty to make this earth clean and environment so safe, to lengthen the lifespan of the human beings. So thank you very much to VC sir and Rajiv Ranjan sir to give me honor, to give me the certificates on behalf of Godhra Civil Hospital. I thanks to him and all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, with respect to energy audits undertaken in units in Gujarat state, we call upon Shri Ajay Patel from Bharat Parental Limited to come and receive the certificate on behalf of the unit. Now, we call upon Shri Bibhas Jasani and Shri Mukesh from Agrilent Biotech Limited to come and receive the certificate on behalf of the unit. The remaining units and hospitals shall receive the certificates in the next Sustainability Conclave to be organized at Ganpat University on the 24th of January 2024. With this, we conclude the certificate distribution ceremony. As we draw towards the end of this session, I request everybody to arise for the national anthem.
पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तब जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Now, we'll be adjourning for a brief tea break. We are scheduled to resume our proceedings shortly for the next substantive session. Thank you.
going to now cover all the points and all the slides. I'll skip that. Instead, what I will do is, in the next 45 minutes that we have, we will try to address what is of your interest. So let me go ahead with some few points or few things, and then let me ask you if you have any issues. Otherwise, it can be a monologue. I can go for hours and days speaking on this subject, which I have been doing all across for many years. And you must have heard of this joke, the bureaucrats love the mic, you give them a mic, they can go on and on. The other problem is that one has seen so much of it that you have some experience to narrate. Many of them will be a little old, but many of them are still relevant, and we have draw lessons from that. So that is why we need to understand that why experiences are important, what is the learning behind that, what are the lessons which you take from that, and also share with you what is happening today, what government is doing, what industry is doing. So, okay, so let me start with, these are the three stakeholders. I mean, for ICRO, which is the IPL Center for Rural Outreach, NPC is the National Productivity Council. You heard, this is an autonomous organization in the Ministry of Commerce Industry, which is tasked with, forefront of productivity movement. Now, what is productivity? You are all aware, instinctively you understand. So, how it can be done, what it has done. So that is some part of it. There are other people, we have colleagues, two of colleagues from NPC, and they mentioned a little bit. IPL is the diversified business which is looking at agrarian growth and farmers' welfare, and it has been in the forefront of putting the potash usage in the country. Now, those of you who have some agriculture background will understand that fertilizers are very important as a major input for increasing productivity of agriculture. In India, when India got independence, we realized that India doesn't have any potash of its own, so we have to import virtually everything from outside. In fact, the recent crisis of the Hamas have created a big problem of shipping, and again, many of you may not aware, the shipping prices, the shipping, the costs have increased, and those things which we are totally dependent from outside, you see how important is it to understand and how critical it is to understand that what we assume that it is coming, but if it is 100% dependent from outside, what happens? Suppose fuel prices increase, when there is a geopolitical problem, fuel prices increase. Immediately it has a big problem on India because India is 80, almost 75% dependent on foreign sources for its fuel needs. We import. So you see, these are the kind of things one has to understand. There are businesses which grow in that. So this is what I just wanted to mention about the IPL, and ICRO is the CSR initiative of that. Now, it's a recent thing. It was established in March 2022, and I am the founder director in that sense of setting it up. So I will not get too much into it. I'll just mention a few things which let me tell you, because there are large work activities that we do. Some of it you saw, certificate distribution in certain areas, biomedical waste management, energy conservation, water conservation. We try to promote that through the National Productivity Council, which has its core strength. The idea is to also do something for rural development. That's one of the big areas, because why rural development? That's a neglected area, though we have been talking about rural development in this country for a very long time. But India still has almost 70% of the workforce comes from, comes from the rural areas. 80% of multi-dimensional poverty, that is, you are aware of this poverty ratio, poverty line, 80% of poor people. And now there's a new term called multi-dimensional poverty, which let me not get too much into it, but you see, each item and each thing has its own understanding. But for common sake, you understand what is a poor, there's a definition, there's in economics, there's a whole literature about how you define poverty lines, whether it's linked to nutritional outcomes, it is linked to many, many things. So now the new concept is multi-dimensional poverty, which means on various dimensions you measure that. 80% of multi-dimensional poor people in India reside in rural areas. So obviously we need to think of that. And their per capita income is only about 1/3 of the urban areas. So you see there is a major problem, and that is why we are trying to concentrate on that. So how we do it is through Amrit interns. We have close to 1,000 Amrit interns, 970 in fact 4, and day for yesterday we had a yesterday, in fact, we had inaugurated a course. I did it through video conferencing while I was traveling. This is in western UP near Saharanpur, which another 60. So 974 plus 60 is the latest count. So about 1,000 plus. Now what are these Amrit internship program? It's a 3-month e-learning module, and each Amrit intern is equipped with some knowledge. They are basically agriculture university graduates, postgraduates, and they are given this job to connect to 100 farmers each through a structured questionnaire, and they try to help the farmers in helping him in his livelihood. So this is like what we want to do, and we do it across the country and connect to 1 lakh farmers. We have now reached about 94,500 farmers in the last 2 years. So our target initially we set was to reach 1 lakh farmers. We actually started with only 20,000, but because we started doing well and we realized that there is a need and we could do it successfully, so we scaled it out. And these targets are self-decided. Nobody has told me, but I thought we should do something where there is where you can do something where it's a little neglected area. It is the most important thing from government side, but there is so much to do. That's the point I'm making. There is so much to do that whatever you do, all of us put together, it will still be short of what needs to be done, because it's a limitless work. But that should not dissuade us from trying to do whatever little bit we can do, and that's where we start. So this is what in short is what it is. I'll not get too much into all these things. This is what some pictures we give them, like for the World Environment Day, which comes on 5th of June every year. We give them this pledge called the Lifestyle for Environment Pledge. This is another thing which I'll tell you. I don't know how many of you are aware. There are some photos which is there. Coming to climate change response, which is what we are discussing today. Under that, this energy audit, water audit, things which we are trying to do, and we are trying to do for MSMEs who don't have the resources or understanding of the technical things to help them to do it, because through MSMEs again, we need to know they are small entrepreneurs, first time entrepreneurs, they need more help. You see again, who is the most needy? If you go to them, then whatever small thing can be a big help for them. Those who are already very high level, their limitation is less. So we thought that we should try to look at this. Now let me come back to the larger issue of sustainable, productive green growth. You don't need to go through every line and word. That's not the thing. It is available. You can see it in your leisure time. But there are two essential components of sustainability: productivity and green growth. These two concepts you need to understand. You already have a feel of what is productivity: more efficient use of the resources to produce goods and services. And green growth means it should be environmentally sustainable. And why it is relevant and how you can do it? It means simple things which you are already aware of: reducing waste, optimizing the use of energy. Energy means when you go out of the room, nobody is in the room, you switch off the lights. Now this is very small thing to say, but if you add up all that, it means a lot. And the other thing to know is that, look, who's bothered? Who's paying for the bill? It doesn't come from our pocket, not, but indirectly, please understand, who is paying for the common good? This is something which is again the larger picture. We don't seem to connect to that. We said, look, it is government's problem, it is somebody else's problem. Please don't get that way. If everybody thinks like that, then what will happen? There will be no resources left, and then we all curse each other. that look, when the time was there, we didn't understand all these things. Nobody told us. Nobody will tell you. It is up to you to, you are rational human beings. If you don't help yourself, nobody from outside some planet is going to come and tell you. So you see the problem. The problem in this small way it starts, but it comes in it's already reached a level where we start recognizing. Now, there are certain things which are very slow and gradual, and that is why it is not appreciated well. You know, I give this example of, okay, let me get into this again in terms of the other aspect is how to do it, encourage innovation and creativity, which is the theme of, you know, we all talk about innovation, creativity, but what does it mean? And, you know, how do you break down to actual, workable things which you can relate to? Otherwise, these are buzzwords. Sustainability is a big buzzword. Productivity is a big word. That is where you need to have your own experience and see what you are doing, what is your experience, and in that try to see something which will add to that. We'll try to see whether we have time to get into more specific things. So anything which reduces environmental footprint. So when you say environmental footprint, say carbon footprint, what is your impact? How do you measure it? Whether it's indirect, direct, whether you are aware of what it is. You know, this has become a fad now. Many people have become vegans. You know, they say that no, we should, or for example, they say we will not fly because if you take a flight, it consumes a lot of fuel and it has a huge carbon footprint. And there are people who are very serious, who can afford, who can do, but they choose not to do. At a very small extreme, it's like some NGOs who are working in a very spirited way, and they believe that in their scheme of things. So these are the kind of things which we can, and you know, there are important people who believe like that. So what it boils down to is to promote sustainable consumption. So what is sustainable consumption? What is the limit of consumption which is sustainable? Now this is totally different from the Western or the kind of thing of development. What does development mean? Development means you are more developed, you are more rich, which means you will use more resources. Instead of one car, you'll have 2 cars and 5 cars and bigger cars, bigger houses. What does it mean? It means more consumption, more electricity, more water, everything. Now, being rich is good, but that's what all we aspire for. Why do you need to have more money? But the question is that if that is what everybody would like to do, then what will happen is very soon the cost of that will be so high, and that is what we need to understand. So this is a little different or way of looking at can we afford that? It's good to have these aspirations, but it is not always true that it should be done in an unsustainable way. There are sustainable ways of doing it. Now that can be a little costly way of doing it. But okay, that is something which for that we need to work together. And work together means government has to work with private has to work again with industry, with all of, whether it's education. So this is again, you have to break the silos that we work normally in. So this is the broad thing in what I was going to cover. In that, we will now cover a little bit. I will now skip all these things. These are 5 P's of sustainability. I'm sure some of it is taught in many places. You can go and read this, and there is a lot of literature on this. Depending upon how much time we have, we can get into all that. There is also this 17 Sustainable Development Goal, SDGs. There is a time limit of 2030 to achieve. We are way off the target. These are all big things like no poverty in the world, zero hunger in the world. Now these are difficult things to do, but these are good things to try to be done. You see, everybody would like to work towards this. Where are we today? How can you even measure it? Can we measure it? So that's what I'm trying to tell you and share with you. That a lot of work has happened. There's a large amount of people earning their livelihood in trying to measure this, in trying to make a framework. And again, there is diversity. See, what is true in a country within region, in one agroclimatic region to another, there's a huge difference. So with all this, there are ways of doing all that. We'll not get into those ways. So there is a global development index in terms of, they measure it year after year. COVID has put a setback. Otherwise, our trajectory was good. We're trying to achieve. Maybe we are falling short of what we had initially thought. See, in 2015 this came as one of the things. 2030, in 15 years time, the idea was to get to that goal. But COVID has put a setback, and one of the big problems which everybody says is the problem of being unequal. That means, this is another area we should understand. The rich are going much faster rich. So today the top 1% of the world is almost, this is again I'm giving numbers. You see, this is again very interesting. Those of you who are interested would look at it. There are ways of, there's a Guinea, how does a society show inequality? How do you compare one economy versus other in terms of equality? How equal means for every 10%, they should have 10% share of the GDP. So the top 10% should also have 10%, the bottom 10% should have, then everybody is equal. But in this world, we all know that it is not there. So the top 1% almost has 40% of the world's asset. When I say almost, you see, please understand that I'm making a point. We are not, otherwise, to a small audience, we can get into debate of whether it's 40 or 31, which country is highest, which country is the lowest, which country is the most unequal, which country is the most egalitarian, which is again a very interesting discussion. But let's not get into that. So top 1% has 40%. So the bottom 40% is where? The bottom 40% will have how much? Can you guess? Not even 10%, that's the sad story. So 2-3%, again, let's not quibble about these numbers because you see that's not the point. But the point is, at some level, see today I am just making a general point, but I would like, because you are at a level where somebody is interested should get into this field. Look at these numbers, figure it out. But broad point is, the message is that it is so lopsided, the world. So if it is so lopsided, what can be done? What are the policy measures which can be done to improve? What can be done? Whether it is a failure of the poor people, that they are, is it that? Is it that the poor are consigned to be poor all the time? No. You see, I don't know whether you have ever thought of it. You know, today somebody is rich or a company is the top. Will it remain there ever? So how much wealth can be kept between generations? See, there is a normal saying that wealth normally can last for few generations. Even if you force it, but sooner or later, average, you see, there are exceptions. As I said, there are exceptions to everything. There are people who have for 7 generations and 20 generations or all kinds of things. But 2 to 3 generations, it disappears if the successors are not worthy. Now, to make your successor wealthy, you need to understand that it's not just giving them money. In fact, it is the opposite. If you give them money, you are giving them curse. Now, this is something we should understand this. Because, what is the curse of money? The curse of money is the curse of food. If you have extra food can lead to health problems. Shortage of food can lead to hunger and death. But excess food can also lead to death through a different route. Now, this was not known in an earlier system. As I said, I gave the example that if you are generally people are starving and they don't look at that extreme. But this has happened now. 75 years back, when India got independence, what was the total, okay, I am now diverting, but the point I am saying is, as I said, the interest is not to get through, I have about 70 odd slides. So that I said that itself, and each slide one can keep going on. So the point I was trying to make is, maybe I'll give you these numbers to make a general and big point, because you have not thought of it that way. You should understand that 75 years back, India, when it got independent, we were living on a hand to mouth. This is something which the new generation or all of us tend to forget. Because what was true, and 75 years is not long. There are many people today alive who were there at that point of time. Maybe the memory is not as, we don't tend to remember the negative things so much. This is also a behavioral thing of humanity. You see, I don't know how many know there is a branch of economics called behavioral economics. There are MBA students here, I don't know. Are any of here MBA students? Okay. So please understand that MBA students will learn about marketing. And when I went to, many years back, exactly 40 years back, I went to IIM Ahmedabad as a student like you. I was a MBA student in IIM Ahmedabad. Marketing is a strong discipline of IIM Ahmedabad. And you see, the point I'm making is that in that lot of work happened. Their discipline has moved on. So now people are looking at a new subject. In economics, a new subject called behavioral economy. In fact, recently some Nobel Prizes have been given on people who have been looking at this subject. That means it looks at behavior as a prism. Earlier it was not recognized of individuals. So the question here is, what is it that as humanity or as, these are things which are used in marketing. These principles are used in marketing to segment the market and make market strategies. And this is what you should learn. This is what happens. And this is where AI tools, the professor was asking, how will you use AI tools? Please understand that there are AI tools now used in all these things, because it is impossible for a human being to understand the complexity of data and from that data to look at this. But the artificial intelligence, earlier it used to be computers. In fact, when we were students, I remember as a young student like you, first time computers came to India in the sense of to education. IIT Kanpur, which I was also associated with in some way, and later, so the IIMs, as a student you could use the computer. 40 years back I'm talking about. See, now it is so easily available to everybody that you can't imagine that 40 years back to see a computer was a dream for a student. 75 years back it was a dream for most Indians to have enough food. This is something which people don't understand. Now look at data. So how did we survive? So there's something called PL, there were shipments which used to come from America, and America as usual rubbed it in. That a ship used to come to Chennai port, it would go, and the wheat was then put into there. The infrastructure was not good, logistics was poor, very, very poor. When railways became a thing, through railways it used to come to wagons, and then food comes. You see, it was such a sorry spectacle. That spurred India to do something what finally became, we call it Green Revolution. The Green Revolution, which you all understand in some way. Why is it called Green Revolution? Because a huge amount of grains were produced, and we became self-sufficient in food. In fact, today, this data is important to again make an understanding. So, when India got independent, what was India's population? And what is India's population today? Can you make some guess? Today's population, everybody knows, around 142 crores, 140 crore. Take some number. Again, we will not quibble with it. It's 142 point whatever. 140 crores, let's say today. When India got independent, okay, so take some number. So what is the ratio? Okay, and what was the food production? And what is today production? and what is the ratio? These two numbers, just broad number, to make your point. About food, which is the most important thing. Without food, you cannot survive, nobody can survive. We look at food quality, I saw in the campus, this campus is Eat Right Food, there is a FSSI. I'll tell you that story. See, one has, fortunately, one has worked in many areas. So let me tell you, FSSI's founding, I was having some idea and how we talk about Eat Right Food campaign. What is the right food? First is that you get enough, anything to eat. That was the basic idea. Then you come to the nutrients, you look whether this protein is there, whether you have this, you that, whether you avoid this, you use this, all that story. So when India got independent, India's population was 35.4 crores. Today India's population is say 142 crores. What is the ratio? The ratio is 3.83 times. So we have become 3.83 times today. India's, you see, when cereal production, when you say food, and food is many things. But again, you have to say somewhere to begin with. So cereals. Cereals are what? Food grains, rice, wheat. Rice, wheat, again, numbers again, please understand, it is not that for everything there is a pakka number and you take it that number. No. There is a lot of work when this number one is citing, which site, which place you take, this itself is a big issue. But as I said, that is not what we are discussing today. How you look at estimation, how you look at what these numbers are, what is the best estimation. That is what is taught as students. Learn to get answers, a good answer to these numbers. For that you need to have a lot of idea understanding, but you can have a better estimate. So the point I'm making is that India got independence, it was 50.8 million tons. Today you have about 330 million tons. What is the ratio? 6.5 times. So which means that we know that there is a food surplus, there is a huge amount of food lying in the godowns of FCI because we created a system of storage and all kinds of things. Earlier it was not there. So today there is no such thing of food in general. This is again big numbers. But can we say that India has people who have no hunger issues? No. India has the world's largest number of hungry people. It has the world's largest number of poor people. It has the world's largest number of stunted children. It has the world's largest number of, see, you can go on for hours together. Why? Because India is the largest population. And unfortunately, it is also not a developed country. So, this is something which we don't understand because we move in a place where we see generally people who are like similar to us and we think that this is not an issue. So for that you need to go to remote areas and see what the reality is. Now, some of us are socially a little more sensitive. Now, whose problem it is? Is it government's problem? Is it government's responsibility alone? Whose responsibility? Can you look at this data? Now, I will tell you, again, that is where data is important. Some of it is also misconceived data. There is a World Hunger Index. You know where India stands in the World Hunger Index? Very low, 129, 130. You see, I will not agree to that 130. But if it's 130, then if somebody says, no, it cannot be top 10, it will be definitely close to whether it's 100 or 80, 70, whatever, but it will be, so that is not a good rank. It is one of the lowest. So in some sense, we are worse than Sub-Saharan Africa. What is Sub-Saharan Africa? Where you think that they are the most, there's always some war and always some problem. Take the example of Bangladesh. We helped, as a country, helped birth Bangladesh, isn't it? Which year was it? 71? Where is Bangladesh today in terms of development? as a country, average. And where is India today? Is Bangladesh ahead of us or India is ahead of them? Tell me, now how many people say Bangladesh? How many say, so Bangladesh, raise your hands. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So about, if I take numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, about say 20. And India? Unless some people are raising both hands. So you see, okay, I will not get into exact numbers. So you realize what has happened is that Bangladesh has overtaken India in terms of development per capita, not as a. Now, see again, I have seen this very closely. You see, one advantage I have is that I have worked and served in most parts of this country. I was in the south of India for many years. I was educated in Ahmedabad, so I served for some year here. I was also educated in the eastern part of India. I was for some time in Calcutta. I have worked in Delhi for a very long time in many ways in between. So one has some broad idea of this country. So let me tell you that 71, how Bangladesh situation was, and today what it is. Take textiles. They came from nowhere and they have overtaken. Take Vietnam's example. Okay, forget where you take Vietnam. You are aware of what happened to Vietnam during the Vietnam Wars. How bad the country suffered, and today where Vietnam is. Okay, they are smaller countries. So you can say they are smaller countries, they cannot be comparable. So take China's example. What happened with China? Have you heard of Cultural Revolution in China? What happened in the Cultural Revolution? Anybody? No?
I can guess there was a huge food scarcity due to which the cultural eating food habits was changed. Yeah. Due to which they started to eat all the insects and all those things. Because of the food scarcity of the natural calamity that occurred there.
You see, this was a man-made calamity. You see, and unfortunately, the Cultural Revolution is something where, have you heard of Mao? Mao was the person who wanted to, I've taken. Don't let me have so much of water, which means that, you see, there is a time issue, because as I said, please don't forget that I can go on for the whole day. That's not the thing. There are other speakers and they will be cursing me, and I don't want to get on too much. So the point is, Mao is, you see, there was a cultural revolution when a large number of Chinese perished. Food became a major problem, and there were an issue of, it's interesting, you see, please try to read a little bit on these things. These are big things. And there is also, India had a similar problem pre-independence in Bengal. Have you heard of Bengal famine? Yes, sir. What happened and why it happened? Oh, whatever. So you now understand that Indians also died in a big way during the Bengal famine. So you realize that these kind of things used to happen. And China in 71, around 69, 70, if you see per capita income of an average Indian and average Chinese, they were almost similar. And today what is it is? Today the Chinese economy is 5 times the Indian economy. 5 times. And we have overtaken China in terms of total population, which is not a good thing to say. But today, so India will remain the most populous country Forever? Will anybody overtake India now? So it's a good distinction to be number one. But the fact is that per capita income, where are you? Per capita food availability, where are we? Okay, so let me complete that number. 3.83 times in 75 years population has increased, food production increased by 6.5 times. But per capita food availability is only increased by 1.3 times. So, the inequality problem. So, there are people in India and the largest in the world because of our big size who are hungry and so we need to take care of them. Who are we to take care of them? Who's to take care of them? So you see, there's a big problem. Now you may say, why am I telling you? Why are we talking about sustainability? Why have we got stuck here? Let's give you some numbers, very interesting. Green Revolution. Today, rice is 6.23 times in 75 years. But you know what takes the cake? Egg production in India is now 75 times what was at the time of independence. 75 times. So one good thing is, because of that, protein deficiency is getting addressed. There was also a cultural issue. Indians, didn't like to have eggs because it was considered unclean and all kinds of issues. So it required lot of effort. And I don't know whether you know of Egg Coordination Committee and Mr. Rao and all. That's again interesting thing. Mr. B.V. Rao. And how things happen in that industry. There's something called, Green Revolution, we know what is the White Revolution? So India today is the largest milk producer in the world. Now we take it as if we are in this part of the world where vegetarianism is very high. So if I were to ask you how many people in India as percentage are vegetarian and how many are non-vegetarian? Okay, so now this number is interesting. Again, I wish I had more time to dwell on it. Why I was taking that, I was keen on trying to get into this when I was Fisheries Secretary, Government of India. My job was to increase fish production in the country, and job was to, and fish is not eaten in these parts much. It's not, Gujarat, at least the coastal Gujarat, Veraval, and you go to in these areas, different. In certain communities, very high. But go out to the hinterland, fish was not the preferred thing. So how do you look at it? Things are changing. The young generation would understand what is prawn, and you go to the upmarket places, prawns are eaten, and prawns cost 1,000 rupees per kg. And fisheries is that sector of the economy which gives very good returns. So there are ways of making money in the agriculture sector depending upon if you do something called integrated agriculture, where crop husbandry, livestock and fisheries. Now which means where you have water bodies and all that, like say West Bengal and others, but now in degraded soils they are being done. So in Punjab and all that, Punjab is also incidentally high vegetarianism is there, and people are taking it up as a thing. So, okay, to make the story, our pulses are our weak point. We still have to import a lot of pulses. Pulses are only 3.3 times. So, okay, so let me not get stuck here. Let me quickly say green growth. I will skip. These are all, we can go on and on, but in your spare time, go into these Venn diagrams, look at the sweet spot of the Venn diagram, and then try to understand what kind of a green growth we are saying. This is called the circular economy. Whatever waste becomes useful. How you generate wealth from waste. This is the concept of circular economy. This is the green growth. This is number, again, some numbers are there, and I wish a little more time on this. But this point is that I was telling you about that we are trying to become a 40 trillion economy by 2047. We are close to 4 trillion economy right now. This 3.6 is the market, domestic consumer market. but so there's a difference. Sustained GDP growth to reach a 10 trillion in nominal terms by 2030. So why? Because socially, sector-wise, youngest nation in the world. So you are youth, you represent a sample, being the youngest nation. Youngest nation has advantages because you have a whole productive life ahead of you. Because, as I said, the average lifespan. So you can work productively for a long time to contribute. So that is the hope of India, that it can use this demographic dividend, but demographic dividend will turn into a demographic nightmare if you don't have the skill sets. Then you have more unemployment, you have people passing out without employment, they will become a difficult position to handle. So there are both sides of the coin that we need to understand. I will not dwell on it too much. These are all, so key areas where we need to work is technology, digital transformation. This is something which you can understand as STEM students, as people who are looking at digital. I will tell you some numbers on digital transformation. I thought I'll cover it in great detail later, but maybe let me see if I can cover, otherwise the whole flow will get disturbed. So I'm now rushing. Pardon me for that and bear with me, because the idea is just to take one line and one word and just take it out. Later on you can revisit it if you want to, if you choose to, that's up to you. Renewable energy, agriculture, rural innovation is the subject which I have wanted to spend more time. Sustainable manufacturing, startup and entrepreneurship, unicorns. Unicorns is what we heard the other day. There's now a unicorn club which met the, today how many unicorns are there in India? Any guess? 120, 150, somebody said 101. So we have crossed 100. And what is a unicorn? $1 billion. So $1 billion, when was the first unicorn in India? Who was it? And how fast the world changed? 10 years back, could you talk about all this? Could you imagine this? But there were unicorns in the world. India, there was no setup, there was no ecosystem, there was no talk. But 10 years, now unicorn is common and it is there in areas. So this is where you can create a unicorn. You are in a position, let me tell you, again, I wish I can talk on this subject alone for some time, but this is of interest. Segment the unicorns in areas, segment the unicorn promoters from their basic background. How many they are from IITs, how many they are from IIMs, how many from NITs, how many from other institutions. Look at it. Their data, and we wish we discuss it. Please understand, obviously the advantage is towards the IIT IIMs, but world has changed very quickly. Tier 2, Tier 3 cities, and today we have two startups here who will talk about it. You see, it is immaterial where you are. Obviously, initial advantage is towards this big institution, but quickly you realize that it is immaterial which part of the geography you are. If you have the system and you have so these things are changing drastically. And I'll give you an example of digitalization as we go along. So coalition, partnership, infrastructure, which is the main thing. This one I have just spent because that is climate change. We all know why important it is and why we talk about it. And it is something which we can't ignore. We may say that, oh, this is all general stories. But you see, today how much of snow is there in the Himalayas? In the sense, winter, the tourists go to Kashmir to see snow. This day they all got disappointed. In Gulmarg, in other, I don't know how many of you have gone to Kashmir. And now it's open up. Soon you may get an opportunity to go. So Kashmir may not be an example where you can relate to. But please understand, Kashmir, everybody at least has heard of and understands that Kashmir and snow are in winter months are very clear. So Kashmir without snow in Gulmarg means what? Means there is something drastically has happened. And snow is just not for tourists. Snow is the water source for all summer months. Only that water is, that's how apples will survive. Apple crop will be, otherwise you will not get apple in the next year in that price. That's what it is. Okay, you can import, you can do all kinds of things. Please understand their ways. I'm not saying it is just one-to-one correlation. But try to understand that all these things are changing, the weather pattern is changing, glaciers are having erratic forest fires everywhere in California and all that. Okay, so these are all things. So this is one graph which says the global mean surface temperature is rising so fast that Earth as a planet may not become it will not be hospitable the way we understand. This is something which you should understand. In summer months, without AC, we take AC for granted. 30 years back, was this concept of AC? I tell you my own story. When I joined service IAS, Tamil Nadu, which is hot and humid all time, there is no concept of winter. How many of you people have worked or gone to South? So you have some idea, you may have gone at a time, but now because air conditioning, we don't understand that. Those days, I'm talking about 80s, even the chief secretary or anybody did not have air conditioning. Air conditioning was very, very costly and very few people could have it. So the first time air conditioner was installed in the secretariat was a cause for as if something great has happened. And let me tell you, Singapore's economy is again hot and humid. So why are we talking about hot and humid? In hot and humid climate, human being, what is his productivity? Suppose your index of 100, in average you are working. What happens if it's hot and humid? Take a laborer who works in the hot sun. Can he work? He cannot. So what happens? No productivity. He cannot work. So today, you see, this is the figure. India suffered a loss of 5.4% of GDP. That means 167 billion potential labor hours lost due to extreme heat in 2021. This is based on a very detailed World Bank study, which is talking about, it's a study worth seeing. It's called but let me not get into all that. This is just one number. We lost 5.4% of GDP just on one factor, which is extreme heat. So imagine what is happening. Again, I will not quibble on these numbers. The point to understand is India is 30 times more likely to have this problem of heat waves than the rest of the country, because we are in the tropical thing. And you go north, they are now having problems now. South will have very deep problems. So this is what happens. You cannot work as a human being because your physiology is programmed in a certain way. And if you have air conditioning, there is a cost to that air conditioning. This is the point I'm saying. There is a carbon footprint to it. There is a way, somebody has to pay the price for it. Earth warming is directly, in fact, air conditioning is a very major issue. Greenhouse effects, all kinds of things are there, and the science behind it, as scientists or at least who can understand science, please look at all these things. Very fascinating. So, depleting of natural resources, limited supply of water, limited minerals, fossil fuels, so forth. So now what happened, what country could do? There are 5 Panchamrit, and these are again worth getting into, becoming net zero by 2070. Now why are we talking about 70? It is even beyond 47. Is it worthwhile to talk about 50 years, 100 years? Because if 70 we can become net zero, it will be like a superhuman achievement. It will be something which will be extraordinarily great achievement, because there is no hope that you can do it by 2070 unless you change very, very drastically. So now please understand that when I say all this, this is just why are we bothered about it? Please understand that you may not be aware about it or you don't see the connections. But it is apparent to people who see it. It's visible. You are ignoring it. You meaning, when I don't say take it personally, all of us are, you see, again I go back to what is memory? Is human memory infallible? Do you remember everything which has happened in your last 5 days? No. You remember only selective things. Why? In a digital thing, it is recorded. You can go back and check. But if you base only on your memory, I can straight away ask you, it is not possible because human brain has its limitations. So you now understand the difference. Look at how these things are interrelated. So as humans have been programmed to remember a few things, and that is where the survival of the human species is programmed based on that. If you remember many things in your brain, over a long period of time, human selection and survival depends on certain. So these are things which now see the interrelation. Again, there are not many biology students or not many people who have looked at all this, but please understand how these things are interrelated. This connection is again visible. So these are trends which you should understand, how interdisciplinary knowledge is very important you to understand and even appreciate what I'm saying. I gave you the memory. Human, you see, brain is again one of the most least understood research subjects. Our knowledge of our own brains working. For example, if I were to ask you, why do we sleep for 8 hours or 7 hours? Many people tell us that sleeping is a loss of time. You are wasting your time, you should sleep less. Are you agreeable to this? You should work more, you should earn more, you should study more. Do you agree with this?
No, sir.
So why? Why is sleep important? Okay, let me not get into why it is, that's not your, but something is there. Without sleep, how many people can survive without sleep for how many days? How many days you can survive without water, without food, without sleep? These three questions, answer that. You will know the answer. And you meaning, there are some people who are exceptionally gifted, they can manage with less hours. That's a variation, average. So please understand that there are things which we should understand about. There are people who will work in this area, who will specialize in this area, and he will make a living out of that area. So these are linked to disease patterns, these are linked to your longevity, these are linked to your survival, and these are things which you should understand. So we set up target. In this target, then you break up the target. Renewable energy, this and that. So I am talking about very big and large things. Then my job is to come back to a little more ground level. These are the ground level things. What are the change adaptation? So there are missions. There are missions for climate change. There are sustainable agriculture. There are all kinds of things. Each one in itself requires a lot of time. Fortunately, I have been involved with some of them directly. I was handling some of it. I was helping in getting some things done. So these are very, and as I said, we don't have time, but at some point of time in your future careers, you may be getting into some of them. That's what I can tell you. So depending upon what you choose with your career and what you're going to do. So this is what happened in COP28. This was in December. 85,000 people all around the world converged in Dubai, of which there were 154 heads of state. And they discussed all that for 2 weeks, and they did something and some talk. So this is what is happening at the global level, to do something about the global economy, and there are 4 pillars and all that. And this is again, as I not get into 4 pillars are there, see, this is something which you may be interested again. Please go back and see, all these are available in the net. Go and look for it. You will know which sector, how much industry is contributing to emission. This is all globally. And then you look at each of them, and depending upon what, this itself takes a long amount of work to get it done. It's not as simple as it looks. This is something which I said, as a campus, you are lucky to be in this campus. Can you do a net zero on campus? Can you think of it? So this is where I'll ask Professor Chintala. His area is some of it. You start working. This is one campus which can think of becoming a net zero because you are small, small meaning you are in a very, very high privileged position. Very few such campuses can exist today. So when you are lucky, you understand how it is. So the net zero implication, if if time was there, I will explain. I mean, you would have seen, but look for it. It is there. Go through it. These are sectors where green jobs. This is where it interests you, because now we are looking for lunchtime. You look at a job. Ultimately, what is the interest? Why should you do a job? Why should you do a course here? You look for a job. Everybody is geared towards the next step. What are the jobs coming up? Which areas? So these are new areas where jobs coming up. Now, some of it is clear and some of it needs a little more discussion, but that is separately. Now, we are at a stage in the country where we are looking at all various kinds of things happening, accelerating our growth rate to 8 to 10%. We are around 7% last year, and this is the many steps which are required. Each of them, as I said, would require a little time to discuss. So there is a broad thing of very new way of thinking. This is called the New India, which they keep saying, from red tape to red carpet. This is the broad thing. Under that, there are very new paradigms in that. Skilling India and Digital India, these two things are relevant to you, and I just wanted to spend a few minutes on that. This is a new, because you are in educational complex, the typology is, which we should understand, innovation again, public-private partnership mode. There are things which are relevant, but as I said now, time is a real constraint. We'll skip all the infrastructure development. Gati Shakti is about infrastructure, not physical infrastructure, definitely, across sectors. So this is one area. Now, Gati Shakti is a national master plan. You heard of it. And let me tell you, being fisheries, I was able to get fisheries as one of the 16 sectors in Gati Shakti. So let me tell you that I was at one point of time, because I was involved in those discussions and I happened to handle fisheries. So I said, look, and when I say fisheries here in Gujarat, let me tell you, fisheries contributes to a very important thing. But today is not the time to explain to you on that. But today is one of the sectors in Gati Shakti. That's the point I was saying. There are a lot of these things. Skills and knowledge development. There is a healthy India, without go saying what is it, but it's a long way off. India, what percentage of our GDP we spend on health? It's quite low compared to what we should be doing. We do about 2.5, we are hoping to. USA spends 15-16%, but that's other extreme. That kind of a thing is a different story. So the question is, we should go higher. That is one, but that's not only government, private. Now this is where I was mentioning about in the morning, that we have climbed up the ranks, but a lot of things has to be done, and government has been launching Startup India, and then Agni, this new growth, accelerating growth for New India's innovation, Atal Tinkering Lab, IPR policy I was, associated with, so I was talking about it. So leapfrogging, what are the three things? Innovation Commons, Digital India Stack, National Health Stack. I will not go into it. You may have heard of all these things. Now this is the basic point I like to leave behind. Speed and scale of transformation. This is something which is very fast. This pace is so much that you need to understand. Skill India, no point in saying. Digital India, I'll give you just one point, data point. Today, what percent of the Indian economy is digital? Okay, now I can see there's not much of enthusiasm. So let me give you, 10 years back it was 4%. Today we are 11 to 12% of the Indian economy is digital. Now what does it mean is a very important thing. The kind of money which is leveraged in the digital economy is something, last line, 45% of real-time digital transactions in the world is happening in India. Please understand this. Okay, and now I can connect with you. I wish I should have spent time on this. Now, 10 years back, where were we? Not even 1%. So 10 years is a very short time in the history of nations or in the world. In your lifetime also 10 years is significant. 10 years for a human being is significant, but country is not. But 10 years it can happen. Now 45% of all this is in number, not in value, because in India you pay 3 rupees and 5 rupees and 20 rupees, and it has very little meaning in terms of dollars. But the point is that you have a system and capability. So this is something which is the envy of the world. And let me tell you, when I was I used to be dealing with GST, I was in the GST Council. So I had some role to play to get the e-invoicing system in India. So let me tell you, at that point of time when we were doing it, people laughed at us saying, oh, it's not possible. I said, no, it can happen. So I'm at least with some pride I can tell you that these things has happened. India is the leader today, and you have a role now to play to take advantage of that and lead in the world. Now we have a leadership position. So we may be poor, we may be not as developed, but in certain areas we are far more than developed. We are the leaders. This is the point one should understand, and very fast the turnaround can happen. This is an example. So you should not look at how bad it was 75 years back. Today we have surplus, things can change very fast, and the advantage of India is that certain things you don't have to go through the same process of learning and learning. You can leapfrog, you can change from that to this and don't have to repeat those mistakes and waste time in learning from those mistakes. So we can learn from the mistakes, leapfrog, and that is the message I'd like to say. And Digital India, Jam Trinity is the one which basically let it happen, which is Jan Dhan, Aadhaar and mobile. Mobile usage has increased. GST I was mentioning, I was part of it in a big way. Today, every month, we get 1.6 lakh crores as GST collections. In my days, about 4 years back, we used to hope to become 1 lakh crores every month. So I'm happy that in 4 years, 1 lakh crore has become now average 1.66, 1.67 lakh crores. This is the kind of thing now I just keep putting farmers first is what I started with. That is, we should, while we grow, while we are developed, we should not leave poor farmers, poor people. We should think of solutions for them. And Digital India is capable of doing that. That's the point I'm saying. Technology is capable of helping them. And that is what AI can do, which I was mentioning. I'll skip all this. This is just a National Rural Livelihood Mission. Look at the numbers, huge numbers. 75 lakh self-help groups in India. So this all that I'll skip. Natural farming coming back. See, what started, Green Revolution was a different story, but there is excess of that, excess of wastage of resources, led to contamination of the earth. We come back to this. So smart agriculture is where smart people like you can think of getting and making money out of it. This is one example I'll give you. This is the example. Now there's no time to explain. The right hand side, look for those companies. Look for them how they are making money out of the system. They are service providers in the agriculture domain using technology. And many of them are making good money. And there are ways to understand this. So these are examples to understand how there are opportunities coming up your way when you look at new technology. So please understand, when the question was asked, how is it that I can, in these broad and big things you are talking, what is it for me? What is it for sustainability as far as I am concerned? This slide is the answer to that. From this you have to work. You have to do bottom up and understand. Jal Jeevan Mission, I was harnessing Yuva Shakti is very clear. I am speaking to a young audience. Women-led development is again, many of you, please. This is one thing which India, has to do much more than what we are doing. Social justice, very important. MSME is the route through which we can have to work through. And development for all is what is required to be done. So let me stop here. Green finance, somebody asked me a question from MS University. I don't know which is there. So this is something which is there. Blue economy is something which, so these are pathways to development. I am not going to, these are just bullets to make some general points, relate to that. these are the things way forward. These are the way forward, and mission life is what individually you can do in terms of what you can contribute to pro-planet people, and this is something which we are promoting through Amrit Interns, and I hope that you can also try to imbibe some of it. So this is where the last slide is. You can do way forward to the reduction of food waste, construction wastage, adaptation, mitigation, so and so forth. So with this, the world sees a new India. You are the flag bearers of that new India, and this is what you should, this is my last slide to explain to you that if you can take something out of this, it is for you to see. And this is something which when you do your courses, you go through it, you see the bigger picture, see what is it for you, and there's a big opportunity. It's good to be there when you had this, when we passed out, we had very limitation in terms of what we could think. There was no startup culture. Government was the standby thing. The best you can think was to try to join government. Private sector was very limited. In fact, many of my batchmates went to private sector for my mind. They looked at me saying that why are you trying to join the government, writing the IAS for example. But let me tell you this, that world has changed today. The kind of opportunities which you have is quite a lot. So this is where the world sees a new India and you have a role to play. And the scale, speed and spectrum of transforming India is spectacular. And this is what you should understand. Thank you. So I don't know whether we have time because we have crossed the time. So I will not ask you. But if you are having questions, you can either address me here. I don't know how much time we have. Otherwise, one-to-one during the lunch time, you are free to ask me any question. I wish I had time to interact with you, which was my original idea. But I'll be there during the day. So depending upon the other speakers after they complete, and we have some question and answer session at the end, we'll try to do some justice. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your sincerity towards sustainability and green growth has rejuvenated us all. Our next speaker, Shri Sagar Panchal, Business Development Manager at IG Drones, a leading provider of AI-driven drone data analytics services for various industries, has over 5 years of experience in the tech startup ecosystem. He is also passionate about fostering innovation and entrepreneurship and has successfully led numerous initiatives at GUSEC, a leading startup incubator.
Good afternoon, everyone. How many of you have seen drones in the sky before? How many of you seen drone in the sky, let's say, before 2018? Right, so the adaptation to the technology is right now. And I want to just start with a video, how we are training the farmers with the help of one company in the field. Can we have the video, please?
I am Shreyas Rao, and I am on a journey across India to meet people who are doing some incredible things with 5G. I am flying this drone 1500 kilometers away from me, and it's all possible because of this guy.
Hi, my name is Bodhi, and I have created this 5G-enabled drone.
Bodhi belongs to a small village of Odisha where he saw challenges of farming firsthand.
A farmer in US yields more productivity than a farmer in India per hectare.
And the difference between them is adoption to technology. They developed a 5G drone and started introducing this modern technology to the farmers.
Mobile phone Ever since 5G launched in India, they've already upskilled 10,000 farmers. So now this drone is connected to the 5G network and you can control this drone from anywhere.
I'm so privileged to be witnessing this.
Today farmers are using 5G drones to map their agricultural land, to spray fertilizers just with the comfort of sitting from their home.
Meeting Bodhi, I learned that on one hand, 5G can create virtual realities, but on other, it can also bring real changes with innovations like this. This is Shreyas with Bodhi in the fields of Odisha, ready for another flight. See you soon.
So this was it for introduction that what our company is doing in the field of agriculture. Now I'll just go with the presentation. I'm Sagar, representing the iDrone. I with my another 3 co-founders, we founded this company in 2018. But before that, how this foundation idea came to us, that how we should start a drone company, right? So initially, as Sir barely mentioned, that he studied from the IIM Ahmedabad. So our guidance is also under the Professor Anil Gupta, who is he's a professor, I think. Yes, and
I have a connection with him.
Yeah, of course. So he is guiding us with the drone from the starting of our company, and we started this company because of it. I think there is another presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll just quickly explain that what our company is about, how we are doing an innovation in agriculture sector to gain more outcome using the drone technology. And we'll also discuss about the drones in mobility afterwards. So we are the first company to implement 5G in the agricultural drone or any other drone in India. We founded this company in 2018. Currently, we have how this company was founded. Like we were curious for some questions. In 2018, one of the professor asked us, we need to measure the volume of a Hirakund dam, which is in Odisha, and for that we got a questions of how we can do it. So we actually prepared a satellite. We throw it into the sky using the help of our student, and then we measured the volume of the water in the Hirakund dam, and that was a national news at that time. And even the PM also mentioned this news in their Mann Ki Baat. And after that, ISRO scientists and DRDO scientists came to us that how students from the regional college can do this kind of magic. And then we learned that surveying the water bodies is a very good part to start with. So we started then. Then immediately next, we got a call from the Aditya Birla Group that we also want to do a survey for the mines. But you cannot fly satellites for the every surveys, right? Then they suggested that you can start something with the drones. And that's how we entered into a drone segment. And we started using commercial drones for the industry projects. As soon as we go ahead, in the COVID era, we got an information that our army required some of the drones applications, and they also want to onboard research. So we started drone manufacturing after 2019, and therefore onwards we are also working in the service as well as the manufacturing of drones in India. So currently we have one headquarter in Delhi and 7 regional office, and we already did work across India, even in the globe level. So what exactly we are? So we are not a company who flies the drone. We are eventually a data company. We train people to process the data which we are getting from the drone, and we deliver the results to the companies so that companies, even though the farmers, can work efficiently. These are some of our general pitch deck. I'll just come to the point for the farming. So I think you all guys might aware that Prime Minister Modi ji recently launched PM Jan Nidhi Yojana, where women will be trained for the drone piloting program to implement this across the nation. And there we are coming to picture. We are forcing this drive to adapt the technology in the farming sector to the farmers. Because currently farmers are adapting technology at very slow pace, and what we are believing is every farmer needs a drone. Every farmer is afford the drones, and we were trying to get into that, and that's why we started to work around the policies where government can interact with us and start developing the drone policy for the agricultural land. And because of that, this policy comes into picture for the 15,000 drones in India. So that was efforts from the 3 joint companies, and we are the one of part of them. So this is a clear picture, as sir mentioned, the 10-year gauge app. What we are doing right now and what the things were 10 years before. So 10 years before, the any spraying of the pesticides were doing handily, and we are not getting any data out of it. And currently we are transforming these farmers in rural India to the digitalization. Now they are using the drone, they are getting the data that how much crop is there, how much yield is there, and what they'll get after the returns by doing this farming. So this is the trend which we are following closely. So doing this upskilling program, we also need to train the students. So that's why we have come up with the concept of Center of Excellence in Drone. So we met the sir only because of this. So we partner with GNFC and GSFC to develop a Center of Excellence in Drone, where we can train students about the drone and its applications, so that they can have a large vision for the upcoming market which is coming. And we are aiming that India will be the largest market for a drone and its application by 2030. And to build that workforce, we are closely working with the all education institute to develop a Center of Excellence or study programs which can help them. So that is the one part of an agriculture training program, where we introduce that every fertilizer company needs to demonstrate a drone and its application whenever they are promoting their fertilizers in the field. So that was only done because of the very good collaboration from the Government of India and Agriculture Department with the drone companies. So what I think all of you guys have seen the drones with the camera, right? So let's give you a practical example what drone else can do. So I think you as an endpoint result, you are seeing drone as a photo capturing device, but at the end, drone is a data capturing device and data point device. So let's create it another way. I think you guys consider drone as a person who is flying, and it's as a brain, as a robot has a brain, and it's processing the data and giving you the end result at the fraction of time. So you are saving time at the end of the day, getting more data out of it, and you are delivering, getting more profit or more amount of result from using the less amount of time, and that's what we are providing to the farmers. So you are scouting your fields, you are capture the precise data that what is in the field, what are the weeds percentage is there, what are the crop percentage is there, what pesticides we need to use for this specific field, and eventually we can calculate the efficiency out of it. So first application which I think all of you guys are aware about is a spraying application. So spraying pesticides or normal water, drones can be utilized in the agriculture sector. Apart from that, crop scouting, which is a major application in specifically in India. So while working with the government of Haryana and Punjab, we got a very interesting application from the Agriculture Department. Agriculture Department suggested us to fly a drone and give a drone on a rent to the every farmers on a concession basis, and they want data that what the farmers are growing as a byproduct of it. So eventually at the end year of 2021-2022, they have data reports for the every farm, what they are growing, how many amount of yield they are getting, and what will be the profit for them. So based on that, they have drafted the policy for 2023, which can be useful in the benefit of farmers as well as to the government. So this kind of stuff, government can come and participate and get a data out of it. So I think plant stress data is where big farmers are very concerned about that. What are the amount of stress coming to the plants and their needs, and because of the drone technology, it can be very easy to map an hectare of a farm within 10 to 20 minutes. And then weed and pest analysis. Let's say if you have a farm of a 10 or 12 acre and you want to do a weed analysis and how much amount of pesticides you required and where it is required, drone application is very easy to utilize this kind of stuff, and with the use of a 5G drone, if your drone is aware about your field, you just need to start a drone. Drone will automatically go to your farm. It will spray the pesticides wherever it sees the weeds. It will come back to your return to home. So nitrogen status analysis can also be done using the drone. We are actually using the LiDAR sensors and atomic sensors to measure the data, and we are also using the field sensors which can detect the level of nitrogen in the field, and eventually over the period of time we are also processing and saving this data for the farm. So at the, let's say, analysis of 2 or 3 years, you get an exact idea of what your farm's condition is from the ground level. Irrigation monitoring and planning is also can be done from the drones. In the southern part of India, I think in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, sir, we are doing irrigation and monitoring planning within the drones. So 4 to 5 big farmer groups actually come together to work on this process. So we developed specific data software which use the data of drone and convert that into a methodology that how they will process the water to the plants and the timing and duration for that. And that whole system is an automation. That drone goes into sky, collects the data, it improves to the system, and then system will automatically feed the water to the farms. So there is no man required condition is there. But in the same case scenario, we are also training the laborers with the same technology, so that they can also be empower other laborers to use the same technology. And we cannot be like machine are only doing the work, but we are lacking with the labor work. So that upskilling program is where we are introducing to them. Perception maps is the same thing, where which crop you should take after one and another. That should be also be done from the data analysis of the drones. Plant counting and crop images also can be done and counting using the drones, which we are already doing in the Haryana and Odisha. Crop damage resistance. So there is a very important issue here. I think recently we anchored with the Biparjoy cyclone here in Gujarat. So after that, government of Gujarat has a proposal that we need to measure how much amount of crop has been disturbed because of this cyclone. We need that data, and because on basis of that they will give you some subsidies or some discounts or some money to the farmers. And to process this data, we engage with 2 other companies to process the data, and we give an output to the government within 3 months. So based on that, government processed money to the farmers in next 6 months. So what are the methodology we actually used in this specific case? That let's say for a climate change, as we have discussed, that let's say Biparjoy came, and there is one during or post case scenario we have. So during disaster, I think drones are not much useful, but pre-disaster we inform farmers using the drone and the loudspeaker and all of these things, to that these many things you can do before the cyclone or some natural disaster is coming. Post disaster, immediately after a disaster, for 24 or 48 hours, we start analyzing all of these things, but what the actual condition of farm, how much amount of disaster is there, how much amount of money farmer is losing because of this disaster. So pre-disaster can give the actual data of farm, post-disaster can give the amount of damage which happened to the farm, and the amount which government should pay will give the ratio of it. So what is our vision for drones in India is every home should have one drone, every farmer should have one drone. We are also coming up with the concept of drone with tractors. So as like in current conditions, every farmers, or small or big farmers, have a tractor on rent, or they will have their own tractors. So we are also coming with the concept that we are selling the drones with the tractors. So we partner with the tractor companies, and I think more or less Mahindra is also on board with us to share the same technology. We are also making the drone shop market across the nation, where and from anywhere you can purchase a drone if you are a farmer, and how drone can be your personal gadgets too while using this. Now let's come to the part of a delivery. So currently drone delivery is not permissible in India according to DGCA guideline, but we are experimenting this task with the DGCA only, that how drones can be the part of a delivery system. currently you guys order something from the Amazon and Flipkart, right? You order books, you order some stuff from the clothes and all of these things. These deliveries are getting normal day by day within a couple of years, because DGCA approved some pathways where you can deliver the goods using the drones, and we are partner with 6 other companies to set up these delivery models for the drones. So how delivery are faster, that you can understand, but how this system will work. So as an example, in Bangalore city, there is a density of population is around 2 lakhs people per kilometer area, and there is an order of Amazon, let's say consider they are getting 10,000 orders in a month, and consider out of 10,000 there are 2,000 orders which are happening for a clothes or a books kind of material. If you consider the fuel used to deliver these orders in a 1 month, the amount of time that guy will spend to deliver this stuff, the drones can do this task by being a carbon neutral condition and at a very zero cost to the company. So Amazon and Flipkart both came together to partner with that, and we actually successfully delivered 30 items in Bangalore in under DGCS guideline. But now we are exploring the more ways to it, how we can process this firm network across the India. Urban and rural logistics. So rural logistics is mostly about in hilly areas where even the COVID vaccination time, we developed one drone which can help to deliver the vaccination to the Himalayan part, specifically in Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh. And the recent example of logistics is in Sikkim flood, which happened in October 2023. So where they were lost with the connectivity, they were lost with the medicines, there were no food there. At that time, Sikkim government called drone companies to support them, and we were one of the partners with them to deliver goods and medicines to the area which are disconnected with them. And we also helped government to establish a network connection using the wires. So our drones actually carried wire from the one endpoint to another endpoint, and we successfully delivered these things at a no cost to the Sikkim government. So these kind of logistical things also can be done using the drones. Transforming roadways with drones. So as I think you all guys aware that Ahmedabad Vadodara Express Highway is a very good highway to try it, right? You can just travel Ahmedabad to Vadodara in a 1 hour time. But if that highway was not there, it might take 2 or 2.5 hours. So how they are maintaining the highway? That's a big question. So doing that, we are helping NHAI with the drone technology that they can survey the highway month by month. They can get a data report that where are the potholes are, what are the problems on the bridge, what are the which are the lights which are not working, what should be done with the sideways and all of these things. Based on that, they are maintaining the highway and giving the efficiency of transportation. So where we are working. Inspection and monitoring with the drone, specifically in the logistics. So I think you guys are aware about the warehouses where the companies have. So they do regular inspections, monitoring of their warehouses, even though for the bridges. Let's say currently there is a one Mahi bridge is under construction. So that's another drone company did a survey of a bridge between the Ahmedabad and Vadodara, and they gave statement to the NHA that this bridge is not okay to drive it. You should maintain the standard of bridge. And that reports came from the drone agency to the NHAI, and then NHAI told their vendors that you should you should repair this bridge. So this kind of inspection and monitoring can be done from the drones, specifically in roadways and railways both. The one of the leading example is the Vande Bharat Express, which is running from Ahmedabad and Mumbai. So for every month they are doing a drone inspection of a track while the Vande Bharat train is running. So because of that, the trainmen, which are the trackmen, which are maintaining the track on the line, they get an information and data using the drone that these are the things you need to repair or remodify. So currently we have the limitations from the DGCA is about 25 kg of payload, and fleet is around 400 meter to 1000 meter. But we are expanding this fleet specifically for the consumer applications. We are also using urban AI mobilities where you can transfer yourself in a drone from one place to another. Currently, we are partnered with General Atomics and US-based company where we are developing a drones where humans can be transported from one place to another. And we are also integrating a blockchain technology for delivery of drones, delivery using the drones. These are my contact details. If you guys want any query or suggestions, please let me know. I am here open for not questions but the discussions. If you have any, please let me know. I have one video to show. If you allow it, I'll show the video about how we are working in agriculture. It's an animation video, but you guys get an idea of how we are working.
Though you might not think it up. At first glance, this is one of the most advanced industries in the country. Look past the greenery and you'll find a highly technological business which started right after Green Revolution. Today, the farmer's best friend is data. But hey, do you know traditional field scouting methods are inaccurate as they rely on estimates and actual field conditions can vary across the field. Walking the field limits us to our visual perception and it can be quite exhaustive and time-consuming. Drone imagery gives farmers a bigger picture so they can understand the layout and composition of their land and optimize planting. It addresses multiple fields of application including crop scouting analysis to damage reporting and variable rate mapping. With our technology, digital mapping gives you better insight into your crops from above and serves as the foundation for your groundwork. Create, analyze real-time maps of your crops and tackle your everyday challenges. Our robust cloud-based system runs on the newest artificial intelligence technology and is trained using terabits of data from thousands of drone missions to flag potential issues the human eye cannot detect. IG drones can scout and analyze every inch of the field and provide the information about plant number, weed, disease, and field stress with highest accuracy, letting farmers know which plants need nutrients or pest protection. Farmers then use this information linking drone sprayers to the GPS to deliver precise amounts of chemicals only where they are needed. This is better for the ecosystem and cuts production cost. Equipped with intelligent AI solutions, drone flies precisely along flight paths while accurately adjusting its spray rate according to crop distribution, reducing the pesticide dosage. Deciding whether to replant or not, or to check emergence rate is easier than ever, with the start count analysis of up to 99% accuracy. With zone management tool, you can get management zones with different populations and precisely identify the low-performing areas. With the weed control analysis, you can quickly spot weed-infested areas on your field and react on time. In combination with the weed report, the spraying tool helps assign herbicide rates to each zone and get the prescription file for variable rate spraying through drones. The data captured through drones will help get the accurate information on crop condition and losses and shorten timelines for crop insurance claims. Don't guess, estimate, or leave your farming success to fates and assumptions. It's time to act smart. It's time to choose IG drones.
Thank you guys. If any question is there, please let me know.
Thank you sir, for the insightful talk, which I'm sure would have helped the students to learn more about drone application in the agricultural sector. We shall now move for lunch, and everyone is requested to assemble back in the Sabhagra by 2:20. And please note that the certificates that you shall be receiving would be with the post-lunch. So please come back. 21 and launched several high-tech products. Founder of Limelight IT Research Private Limited, Sir created an award-winning Industry 4.0 solution for SME and MSME manufacturing facilities that are adopted across industries. And in due course of time, he has extended his help to produce best management practices and world-class technology. We welcome you, sir.
Hello and good afternoon. So first of all, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan Sri, Sri Rahul Kirkire sir, Manoj Chaudhary sir, I guess he is leave, and the respected guests and dear students. So first of all, thanks for having me in the session after lunch specifically. So it is very risky, but we'll try to keep the engaging as much as possible the whole session. And so basically, I have started this company in 2019, and with the hope of creating the platform, the low cost and affordable platform for the IoT adoption across the industry. Because this technology IoT is the buzzing word from almost 1 decade. But there are no real example we can see in the field. Even if we talk about the agriculture or industry. So that is why we come up with the solution. We have to take care about the 3 factors. The first one is the cost of deployment of this technology. Second one is modification needed, because in IoT every sector is different, every application is different. If you talk about the agriculture sector, we need different sort of sensor, we need different sort of model, we need different sort of algorithm, so and so forth. And in agriculture itself, if we do another application, we have to change the whole platform again. So we have to take care in the starting of the development that whole architecture of the solution has to be very flexible. And then we spend around 3 years in the research and development of the whole platform, and we come up with the solution where hardware and software both are flexible and plug and play. We can use in any application we want at any time. So that is our USP. Now coming to the topic Industry 4.0. So we have to understand the first context of this word. Industry and 4.0 is basically 4th industrial revolution. Now the thing is why we call it a revolution. So we call this whole practice and whole scenario as a revolution, because this is not going to affect in one particular industry but the whole civilization at large. The first industrial revolution comes into 19th century when we first harnessed the steam engine, and we adopted the mechanical power into our civilization. And we can see the whole world order change after that, because a lot of countries who hold the power of that steam engine basically rule over the world. So that is why we call it as a first revolution. And the second revolution come into early 20th century in a form of mass production, where we started electric power as well. And the third revolution is about in 1916 or 17, when we adopted the semiconductor in the manufacturing and other sector as well. Now this is the time of 4th revolution, and this revolution is all about the connectivity intelligence and the system which can take the decision its own, the cognitive system we can call. So this is the 4th industrial revolution, and we have to understand the 4th this industry 4.0 if we want to understand in the agriculture context, we have to see the whole landscape in India. Now if you see the number, in 2020 we have 18.3 contribution in the GDP via agriculture sector, and 2022 just in 2 years it reduced to 16.5. In other side we have 52% workforce is depending on the agriculture itself, and we it provides 620 million people livelihood in this country. Now in other side we are heavily dependent on the agriculture, but in other side if you see here 6 crore and 80 lakhs of ton food we go it go wasted every year in this country. And other side, even after producing the enough food, the 22 million people go hungry every day in India. And this is very disappointing. We basically already sir talked about this World Hunger Index. We come to 107 among the 121 nation. And this is an alarming situation. So what is the solution for that? So there we can talk about the Industry 4.0 in agriculture domain. So there are a few technologies in Industry 4.0. We can use those technology, implement those technology in the agriculture sector, and we can harness the power of technology. The first technology I would like to discuss is Internet of Things. Internet of Things is basically giving access of information to the any particular device or any hardware. That is we call it as an Internet of Things. For example, if we talk about the simple fan, if we give the access of information of the temperature, the human occupancy in the particular room, and the humidity, then that fan can become an intelligent entity, and then fan take the decision of its speed, it has to run for how many hours, and so on and so forth. So that power giving to the particular entity or any particular device is called Internet of Things. The second technology is artificial intelligence. When we have collected that data and we run the algorithm and the analysis we do on that particular technology, and when we use the advanced algorithm, it's called machine learning algorithm and the artificial intelligence. In agriculture sector, the AI algorithm can provide actionable insight to enhance pest control. We can predict the weather pattern, and we can also predict the disease outbreak in the particular region or area. So that sort of power AI can give. If you see here, this picture is also generated by AI itself. This is not any and this generating of picture is took just few seconds to generate this whole picture just by giving some context and text. And third technology we can leverage is robotics and automation, because we all know that agriculture is a very labor intensive work. We have to heavily rely on the labor work in the farming itself. So we can harness this technology where we autonomous robots and maybe autonomous harvester which can help us to reduce the dependency on the labor work, and we can increase the efficiency and the time which we need to take to generate the crops in the farm. Now, I would like to discuss, few case studies. The first case study is the precision farming. So, precision farming is all about, collect the data points from the farm itself, where we can, monitor the temperature, humidity, moisture level, and the nutrition from the soil, from any particular area or location, and then we can control what we need to do in the particular scenario. We can train the model on which on the basis of that model, we can provide the controllable water supply and so on and so forth. So practicing this technology, we can increase the in particular section where pilot project was run in one area where 30% we can see the increment in particular rice yield, and there are also notable reduction in the water usage is about almost 20%. We can reduce the water because we are not spreading the water in normal way, but we give the precision water where exactly required in that particular area. Now another case study is a smart logistic. Smart logistic is all about कि जो movement है कि जहाँ से फार्म प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है, जिस फार्म से वहाँ से लेकर मार्केट तक पूरा एंड टू एंड उस पूरी सप्लाई चेन को ट्रैक करना, कि जहाँ से वो प्रोड्यूस हो रहा है और उसमें बहुत सारे जो क्रॉप्स हैं वो टेम्परेचर सेंसिटिव भी होते हैं. So that leads to farm wastage and the storage wastage as well. So we can control the particular parameter ki temperature, humidity, and the GPS using the technology like GPS. We can track the route and optimize the route of movement of that particular crops. So that is why we can reduce the transportation cost and time. We can also decrease the post-harvest losses due to improved logistic management, because we can tell the optimal route to supply that particular crops into the farm. And the third use case I want to discuss is AI-based algorithm to forecast the weather pattern and detect is there a disease outbreak or not in particular area. So in that particular use case, we can generate data from various sensor, ground satellite, ground station, and as well as the drone technology, which Mr. Sagar has already spoken about. And we collect all this data, and we can run the analysis, and we can predict the weather pattern, and based on the weather pattern, we can also predict the disease outbreak in the advance. So we can reduce those particular wastage in the agriculture sector. And of course, the robotic harvester and the autonomous we can use, as I already discussed in previous slide, that can also reduce greatly the wastage in particular the harvesting season, where the labor shortage is high in particular area. We can use this automation and efficient technologies to harvest as soon as and the drone-based crop is already detailed discussed by Mr. Sagar, so we can skip that part. Now every technology is not necessary to say that कि जो भी technology है वो easily implement हो जाएगी, क्योंकि if we talk about the Indian context, there are some challenges कि कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी अगर हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करनी है तो उसके पीछे कुछ चैलेंजेस हमें फेस करने पड़ेंगे. फॉर एग्जांपल कि 3 चैलेंजेस जो मेजर चैलेंजेस हैं जहां पर कि ये टेक्नोलॉजी अभी भी इतनी इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पा रही जितनी होनी चाहिए. तो फर्स्ट वन इज ऑफ कोर्स इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लिमिटेशन, क्योंकि फार्मिंग जो सिनेरियो है अभी इंडिया में, वहां पर बेसिकली कि जो रूरल एरियाज हैं वहां पर कनेक्टिविटी एंड पावर सप्लाई इज द मेजर चैलेंज. क्योंकि हमें अगर डेटा पॉइंट्स चाहिए, जो ग्राउंड स्टेशन है वहां पर से अगर हमें वेदर प्रेडिक्ट करना है फॉर एग्जांपल, तो बहुत सारे हमें टेम्परेचर पैरामीटर और पर्टिकुलर डेटा पैरामीटर हमें उठाने पड़ेंगे, और उसके लिए कनेक्टिविटी एंड पावर सप्लाई इज द मेजर चैलेंज इन द एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर. एंड ऑफ कोर्स द सेकंड द प्रॉब्लम इज हाई एंड इनिशियल कॉस्टिंग. नाउ इन द इंडियन कंटेक्स्ट देयर आर लॉट ऑफ स्मॉल फार्मर इन इंडिया. So the initial cost is, if the initial cost of the technology implementation is very high, then it's automatically become very unaffordable for the most of the farmer in India. And this is exactly happened with all the IoT and AI based technology, because the cost of deployment is very high. And the third is of course the skill gap and training, because all this technology required very specific task and specific skill to use this technology. For example, if we are giving some sort of mobile application for the weather and how this is breaking predictive kind of application, the farmer has to have that training before the use that technology, so he can leverage that technology very efficiently and effectively. Yeah, so this is, I guess, that's all from my side. If you have any question, we can discuss here. Yes.
You just told us about how we can train an AI model to make it more sustainable, and so I would like to ask that what are the parameters that play a very vital role in predicting. For let's say if I want to make a model that can predict which is the next best crop to grow on the farmland depending on the conditions. So what are the parameters that are very essential to compute all of these data?
Yes, so the deciding the parameter will they basically depends on what application we are looking for and what problem we are looking to solve. For example, if you want to solve the problem of maybe plant health, then we have to take the parameters, all depends on that affect that plant, particular plant. Maybe the water, the soil moisture, maybe the temperature, weather pattern, the disease, the even microbes and so on and so forth. So that sort of parameter we need to collect a huge database, and then we can train that particular model for particular one application. So this is a classical problem basically. We have to, if we want to train one particular model for one application, we have to collect all those data and we have to train that model for a particular one problem only.
Let's say the application I just told is to make crop rotation or let's say cover cropping more efficient by suggesting which next crop can be planted.
Yeah.
For
So
that application, what are the
so we need maybe historical data parameter of previous crops in that particular geographical location. We have to take care about the the rain season. We have to take care other parameter as well, like what will be the price if when the harvesting season will come, and we can also consider other parameter, maybe the environmental effect of that particular crops and so on and so forth. So we have to study what sort of parameter is going to affect on this particular crops, and then we can make the list and we can start building the model.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
hello. So my question is, how do you make the farmers more adaptable to this kind of things like AI and ML? Because at the end they are the ones who are going to use it. So how do you make them trained and
Yes. So the thing is, like, this has always been challenging to make this technology adaptable to the last mile user or customer. For example, if then initially the Ola Uber comes into the picture, we didn't thought about कि ऑटो वाले और रिक्शा वाले भी ये ओला उबर से हम ट्रैवल कर पाएंगे और वो इतना यूज टू होंगे इस पर्टिकुलर टेक्नोलॉजी के लेकर. सेम के सिनेरियो था QR बेस्ड पेमेंट कि जो छोटी रेडी वाले हैं वो कैसे यूज कर पाएंगे, ये तो बहुत टफ है. बट ऑल वी नीड टू टेक केयर अबाउट इज कि टेक्नोलॉजी easily usable होनी चाहिए, right? The user interface has to be very simple. There are very minimum kind of the parameter and user entry needs to done to use that technology. If we goes to that in particular location, we can definitely make this useful to any very last mile user as well. And there are some sign is already there कि कोई भी person है अगर technology usable है और that technology is providing value, then the people is ready to use any sort of even the technology is little bit complex. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Anyone else has any question?
Yeah.
स्मार्ट लॉजिस्टिक्स के बारे में उसका एक बेनिफिट बताया कि वो ट्रांसपोर्टेशन कॉस्ट और टाइम को रिड्यूस करेगा, बट ये नेसेसरी है, लाइक ऐसा होगा या ऐसा कंपल्सरी नहीं. लाइक आपने बोला कि क्रॉप्स जो वो टेम्परेचर डिपेंडेंट भी हो सकते हैं, लाइक हम उसे हर रूट से नहीं ले जाते. तो अगर टेम्परेचर डिपेंडेंट है तो ऑब्वियसली हम उसे एक ऐसे रूट से लेके जाएंगे जहाँ से वो सेफली जा सके, उससे कोई लॉस ना हो.
राइट. नाउ द थिंग इज कि वो सिर्फ एक पैरामीटर नहीं है. फॉर एग्जांपल कि अगर हम पोटैटोज हैं उसको हमें एक लोकेशन से दूसरे लोकेशन पे लेके जाना है. नाउ वी हैव दैट डेटा कि व्हाट विल बी द ऑप्टिमल टेम्परेचर जिसमें हम इसको मूव कर सकते हैं, ना उससे कम ना उससे ज्यादा. बट दैट ऑप्टिमल टेम्परेचर हम कहाँ से लाएंगे? वी हैव टू हैव लॉट ऑफ डेटाबेस कि हम उसको अलग अलग कंडीशन पे उसको ट्रैवल किए हैं और हमारे पास वो डेटाबेस है जिससे हम ये डिसाइड कर रहे हैं कि ये पर्टिकुलर टेम्परेचर है सबसे ऑप्टिमल. तो एक तो हम वो एनर्जी सेव कर रहे हैं जहां पर हम उसको कि जो पहले अप्रोच था कि 28 डिग्री सेट किया अपने रेफ्रिजरेटर का जो मोबाइल रेफ्रिजरेटर है और उसको हमने ट्रांसपोर्ट कर दिया, वो नहीं किया. अभी हमने क्या किया कि उसको एक ऑप्टिमल टेम्परेचर पर सेट किया. नाउ वी हैव टू फाइंड द ऑप्टिमल रूट कि कौन सा रूट जो है अभी के सिनेरियो के हिसाब से सबसे इफेक्टिव है. मे बी इन दैट पर्टिकुलर केस सिनेरियो वी आल्सो टेकिंग केयर अबाउट द ट्रैफिक, real time traffic in that particular area. We also take care about the exact location of the cold storage. That sort of scenario we can predict in advance if we use such technology.
So don't you think that this business has the scalability issues?
Business has a
scalability issues. You cannot scale it at the larger scale.
Yeah, so there are some challenges if you want to scale such a business, but if you made this in a very affordable cost, for example, any vehicle which is the transport, this vehicle itself cost maybe a few lakhs rupees, right? 25-30 lakhs or maybe higher than that. If you implement this technology in that particular vehicle, that technology will cost you hardly few lakhs, maybe 1 or 2 lakhs. So that if you consider that scenario, and then you directly approach to the not the end user but the cold storage guy. The people who are running the cold storage, they are also worried about their wastage of their the produce. So if we target them, they can if we don't need to go to every farmer and say ki ye technology you have to use. But you can go to the one cold storage, then you can automatically have maybe 200 or 500 farmers. They are giving their produce to the particular cold storage. So that how if we change the little bit in the strategy of business, we can gain the scalability as well.
The problem of our nation is that there are different farm laws in each state.
Yes.
So if you are not able to coordinate, then how you are going to scale?
So we don't need to sell this solution to the farmer. That is what I am saying. We need to sell this technology, this particular smart logistic technology to the cold storage guys. They have a huge association, they have their own network. So if you approach one particular association and you are able to convince him that this is very valuable and this is very beneficial, he can directly connect you to other few hundred maybe cold storage guys, and you can scale your business very rapidly.
Another problem is integration of the farmers in this system.
Yeah, so then in that side you can use the mobile app or something like that, where you can give the access to the farmer as well, so he can also see their the data and the location and route and so on and so forth. Yeah. Anything else?
सर आपने GDP contribution के बारे में बोला कि एग्रीकल्चर में 18% टू कंट्रीब्यूशन था 2020 में, 2022 में गेट इंक्रीज हुआ 16%.
हाँ.
अगर आप टेक्नोलॉजी को इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, एग्रीकल्चर लैंड इंक्रीज नहीं हो रहा है, वो
Right.
कम हो रहा है, ठीक है, तो आप GDP को कितना टारगेट कर रहे हो कि आप वो कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं?
So that depends कि अगर हम for example कि that is the whole point कि GDP contribution हमारा कम हो रहा है, हमारा वर्कफोर्स जो लेबर और जो एम्प्लॉयमेंट जो परसेंटेज है वो वहीं के वहीं है. दैट मीन्स कि हमारी प्रोडक्टिविटी और जो एफिशिएंसी है वो इतने फास्ट ग्रो नहीं कर रही है जितनी वो करनी चाहिए. और again the government and everyone is pushing the manufacturing sector and as well, but looking about the employment generation numbers from the agriculture sector, we have to focus in this sector as well. So कि अगर हमें GDP contribution वहीं पे स्थिर रखना है, then we have to put some more effort on the productivity and efficiency of that particular farm. So we don't need to increase our farm size, which is basically impossible, but we can of course improve the efficiency.
Sir, biggest economy in the world currently is the US.
Yes.
And their economy percentage of the agriculture is only 5.4%.
Right.
So if we have the 16%, it means we are more reliant on the primary sector.
Right, right.
So if you are more dependent on the primary sector, automatically your productivity behind the product is less.
Yes, that is true. But we have a huge population to feed, right? We also take care about the कि कितना प्रोड्यूस हमें निकल रहा है. हमें सिर्फ उस पे फोकस कर रहा है कि उसमें हमारी एफिशिएंसी ना करे. आई एम नॉट सेइंग कि हमें एग्रीकल्चर की GDP कंट्रीब्यूशन बढ़ाना. GDP कंट्रीब्यूशन इज द जस्ट नंबर, बट वी हैव टू टेक केयर द एफिशिएंसी कि हमें अगर 2 बीघा जमीन है, हमने उस पर अगर 2 क्विंटल धान उगाया था पिछले साल, तो इस साल हम उसको कैसे बढ़ा सकते हैं उसी फार्म में. So that will automatically increase the efficiency of whole agriculture sector as well.
But it will increase the cost also.
No, the efficiency will not increase the cost. If you effectively producing more output from one particular farm, then it basically you are reducing the cost, not increasing.
Sir, efficiency बढ़ाने के लिए हम high yielding variety के seeds भी तो use करते हैं.
Yes, there are plenty of ways. This is not particular one area where you have to focus कि technology implementation is the only way to increase the efficiency. There are number of ways, but this is also major contributor कि इस पे focus करके we can increase the efficiency of output. Yeah.
I'm afraid we are running out of time, so
Yeah, we can discuss later on. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience with us. The revolution you've brought about in SME and MSME manufacturing facilities is surely remarkable. Moving forward, we are delighted to announce the winner of the events that were conducted for the Sustainability Conclave. I request respected Chief Guest Dr. Rajiv Ranjan and Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Manoj Chaudhary to reward the winners with cash prize and certificate.
Runner-up of all the events will be awarded with cash prize of 1000 rupees and winner of the events will be awarded with cash prize of 2000 rupees. The first event conducted was Tints of Sustainability, a digital poster design competition, and the runner-up is Levin Jayan. Winner of the competition is Rajat Pandey. I request Rajat Pandey to present his poster to the gathering.
Good evening everyone present here, respected VC sir and all the delegates along with professors and my dear friends. So we all talk about mobility, transportation and sustainable transportation. This is a clear view that I had in my mind and wanted to portray to all of you. So we all, whenever we go out, the first thing comes in our mind is how we'll reach to a particular destination. No matter wherever you are living, the road plays a major role from going one place to another. So the major transportation issue that we need to solve is of roads. We can see that in India, most of the roads are facing congestion problems. The greatest road that we may say for our country was the Grand Trunk Road or the GT Road as we know. It faces road blockages for 60% of the time in the entire year. So what can we do to solve it out? Also it leads to a lot of CO2 emissions. So we can do, either we can go for cycling and promote walking. We can go for carpooling, for scooter pooling, and we can also replace the current vehicles by electric vehicles that are being implemented in the modern era. We have, the next is making transportation accessible to all. In the remote areas, the people all face problems from moving from a particular location. They do not have the proper connectivity. We here are learning how to connect one place to another by making them all align at a certain place. We also move towards electrification, that's our main point, and towards green hydrogen. Mr. Chindala sir has also told us how we can implement green fuels like biodiesel, plastic fuels in order to implement them. We now have 3 models that can be implemented as per the income and population of a particular city. The model number 1 consists of developing low-income, dense populated cities. These are like Bombay, where the people aren't earning those much, but they have a very dense population. So we focus on clean and electric mobility. We have limited car ownership, that is we do not focus on car ownership, and we promote public transportation. The model number 2 goes for developing high income and suburban areas. It provides private owned autonomous. We can see an example in Surat that has private automated vehicle systems. We have private owned buses in Surat as well. The third model is for developing high-income, dense populated cities. The example is Bangalore. Not everyone can own their own car, so we promote door-to-door and on-demand services for moving from one place to another. And by this, we focus for a greener and better future. Thank you.
The second event was EnviroFlow, which was a documenting research paper competition. And the runner-ups are Vivek Yadav and Soham Bani. I request VC sir and Chief Guest sir, please present the set. Winner of the competition are Durgesh Kumar Liga and Aditya Kumar Rai. The third event was Transit AgriTech, where a potential project was pitched as a business startup idea, and the runner-up are Vivek Kumar and Shrey Dikshit. The winner of the competition are Shivam Kumar and Devesh Tripathi.
Moving forward, this event has been a place with a lot of learning, and the time that our distinguished guests have given us is invaluable. Before moving with the presentations, I would like to take a little bit of your time to allow the whole of GSV, through our respected VC sir, to please provide our guests with a token of love from us. I would request sir to please come forward. I would like to start with our chief guest, Shri Rajiv Ranjan ji, to please come forward and accept our token of love. Shri Rahul Karkare ji to please come forward and accept our token of love. Next, I would like to invite Shri Sagar Panchal ji to please come forward. Everybody, let's have a big round of applause. I would request Shri Tarun Purohit ji to please come forward and accept our token of love. I will invite Shri Natarajan Pratap ji to please come forward. Thank you so much, sir. For the last two events, I shifted it slightly forward because these events were quite intensive. Like the students who participated, they gave a lot of their time to develop these ideas. So I would like to just direct your attention, undivided attention to these presentations. I would like to invite the winners of the second event, that is Enviro Pro, Durgesh Kumar and Aditya Kumar Rai to please come forward and give us a brief of how they conducted and wrote their research paper.
A very warm evening to everyone present over here. Today I, Aditya Kumar Rai, and my friend Durgesh, I'm going to present our research paper on the topic automatic drip irrigation system with integrated on-ground sensors. Water is a very scarce resource and it is absolutely essential for agriculture. As such, it's our duty to save water as much as we can. Keeping this idea in mind, we tried to develop an ADIS system that has integrated on-ground sensors to help us achieve the goal of precise agriculture, in which we aim to target the specific areas that require water and only water them with the specific time intervals. Next page. Drip irrigation systems. Now, drip irrigation systems were first founded in the 20th century, and it was one of the early adopters of such technology was Israel. As water is a very scarce in Israel, they tried this system to essentially implement water conservation. Now I'd like to call Durgesh for the methodology.
Continuing with the methodology part of the paper, the whole system is divided into majorly three parts. First one is on-ground sensors. These sensors are planted in different place in the field. And second is the central monitoring system. And third we have water valve mechanism. The sensors, we have four kind of sensor. First one is soil, measuring humidity and moisture. Second we have soil fertility, and next sunlight intensity. The thing is, these data from the sensor are collected real time and transmitted to the central monitoring system, which then makes a decision of opening a valve in which part of the field, for how much time, and how much water is to be let in that part of the field. Same is depicted through the diagram. We have DC power supply and then water reserve, microcontroller, and moving forward to the system architecture, as I have already told, on-ground sensor which collects the different data of humidity, moisture, and fertility and sunlight intensity. And second is a central monitoring system which consists of microcontroller, which acts as a brain to the whole system, which makes decision of opening a valve or not. Next, as I already told about the decision-making algorithm, which is fitted into the same central monitoring system. Next. Major part, next we have data collection. The whole data collected from the different sensors is then processed through AI and algorithm and kept in a database for future decision making also. For the result and analysis, I would like to call it.
As depicted through the table, we can see that a comparison without on-ground sensors and with on-ground sensors. Without on-ground sensors, if we see the water wastage levels, they would be uniformly distributed. As such, water would be wasted more. And with on-ground sensors, we can target specific areas. This would help us in saving the water. If we see irrigation efficiency, since we are saving water, the irrigation efficiency rises in the on-ground sensors. Now, if we see soil moisture management, due to overflowing or underwatering, soil moisture could be damaged, and as such, with on-ground sensors, we can say that it improves the soil moisture management. If we see environmental adaptability, as we are collecting real-time data and adapting to the dynamic changes, the on-ground sensors technology will help us adapt quickly to the environment. Now, as to the discussion part, since we are in a sustainability conclave and we learned that to grow our economies sustainably, we can use the automatic drip irrigation system to contribute to sustainable agriculture. This would help us in conserving water as well as increasing the crop yields. if we see the technical challenges that are faced here, one of the major technical challenges is the high initial cost for these such sensors. We try to eliminate the initial number of sensors by incorporating AI and using AI detection patterns to reduce the number of real-time sensors that are placed strategically throughout the field. And we also aim to reduce the amount of maintenance that is required in maintaining such an app. Now I would like to call Durgesh to conclude.
For the conclusion part of the paper, I come from western part of the Rajasthan, and where water is a very scarce resource there. So such systems having automatic drip irrigation system can help us develop sustainable agriculture and also saving the water use. This acknowledgement, we would like to thank institutes and persons directly involved or indirectly for contribution and completion of this paper. And we have references and citations from ResearchGate and Google Scholar. Thank you.
Let me reiterate the fact, my dear friends, that the focus for us conducting this competition was not to expect any result out of it, but to acquaint our participants with the standard of academia, how research papers are written, and to develop a work ethic in them, to research and to create original ideas. Now, moving forward, technology and technological solutions do not make a mark in the society without a business plan. The right business is absolutely necessary for a technological solution to have the impact that it requires. So for that, I would like to invite the winners of the Transit Agri-Tech competition, Mr. Shivam Kumar and Devesh Tripathi, to please present their business pitch.
Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan. Those were the words of Atal Bihari Vajpayee. On that note, a very fine evening to one and all present over here. Honorable guests, respected teachers, and my dear friends. So, as we know that for any country, the backbone are the farmers. But if we look in India, the farmers are the most who are in the miserable states. Next slide. They have to face with a lot of problems, such as perishability issues. As we know that farm products are highly perishable, they perish over a quick period of time. Storage issues, no proper cold storages, warehouse issues, and on top of it, uncertain weather conditions and heavy rains or sometimes lack of rain. So, introducing Kheti Bari, Kheti Bhi or Delivery Bhi, a one-stop solution to all the problems.
Good afternoon, everyone. What we are doing in this business Kheti Bari, we are acquiring the farm products from the farmers and try to attach with the big players to deliver these farm products in the processed form as well as unprocessed form. In the unprocessed production, problem is happening that you are not going to get the scalability. And for dealing that, we are integrating multiple farmers from the ground stage, and those farmers we are going to deliver it at the right time, right place. Problem is that if you see that production of anything, like take the example of apple. Apple is mostly produced in the cold weather like Jammu Kashmir and this kind of areas. But if you go and acquire their apples, it is the 30 to 40 rupee kg. But if you purchase the same apple in the Baroda and this kind of places, which is much away, the rate of the apple is increased. And this rate increase not only because of the transportation, but also the involvement of multiple middlemen. And these middlemen, what they do, they each time they sell to another person, they increase their profit margin. And because of addition of profit margin, their cost is increasing. So what we are doing, we are going to develop a platform Kheti Bari, where one side the farmer will be put their farm products, another side the companies or the people who are going to purchase the farm products, they are going to register. Whatever the farm products is produced by the farmer, they are going to put their base rate on the portal. After registering the base rate on the portal, the people are going to bid. So whatever the price in the end, the highest bidder will get, that value is going to directly transfer to the farmers. So we are reducing the middleman, and our business model is to provide the transportation solution. In the transportation solution, we are it is our business model. We are basically an online aggregator who are going to acquire the farm products from the farmers, and those farm products we are going to deliver to the people who are needing it. And for that, we are providing the solution of transportation like reverse transportation. Reverse transportation is that if the truck comes from the Jammu Kashmir to Baroda, the difference from the distance will be charged by one side, that you have taken the farm product and deliver it at another place. But when the truck go again from the Baroda to the Jammu Kashmir, it is going without load. So the cost is increasing. By the registering on our portal, we have the large data, we have large supplier. So what we are going to do, we are going to supply the farm product another side also of the transportation, and that will reduce the cost of the transportation 50%. And our roadmap of the business is that in the first phase, we are going to just give the procurement to from the farmers and deliver to the people who is requiring it at the industry scale. So volume will be there, automatically it will be profitable, it will cross a break even soon. And the second phase, we are going to focus on the products which by adding little value addition, we can enhance the quality as well as the rate multiple times. Like take the example of the curd. It is basically a produced from the milk, and what they do, they add the inoculum, they increase the rate within one night, it becomes 90 rupees. From 60 rupees per liter of the milk, it reached to the 90 rupees. This 50% rate increment is happening because of the little value addition. So in the initial phases, we are going to target those products which by doing some basic process, we can increase the value addition. So this is the second phase of our, in the product segment we are going to crack. And the third phase, basically we are doing the data-driven work. In the data-driven, what we are doing, we are going to give the farmers the solution of the problems. Like sir has given an example of that you are going to increase the yield of the paddy. But problem with the paddy is that it's a highly labor intensive plus water intensive. For producing 1 kg of paddy, you need a 24 liter of water. And also the what is the in the end what you are going to rate? It's the MSP rate of the paddy is of the 24 rupee, 20 rupee. And MSP, if it is set, then in the black market, mostly purchase procurement will happen around 18 to 17 to 18 rupee. So this is the issue. We are going to tell the farmers that if you are producing this kind of farming product, it is not going to give you profit. So we are going to tell them what should be the crop pattern according to the soil test, what should be the perfect product from according to the climatic condition, and what we can also we are adding to the industry. Because of addition of industry, we get the access of the data, what is the requirement of that locality. And from the industry, we can also start giving the consulting services to the industry that in this area, the large scale of the farm products are this, you can set up this industry, you can increase your bottom line. So that's all, it's alright.
Thank you guys, and congratulations to all the winners. Your hard work and dedication has truly paid off. Now we have come to the end of this program. I know this was far from perfect. There was so much that we could have done better. And so, my dear friends, what we have over here I will display a QR that would have a feedback form, and I would like all of you to please fill it, so that whenever in the next time when we have such events, we'll do better than what we have done today. Now, the time has come to mark the end of this program. The time has come to say goodbye for now. Before moving, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude. I would like to thank my dear guests who have come over here, taking the time from their busy schedules to give us insight into one of the domains that are pretty much untouched in all of our academic life, and how to implement current technologies like Industry 4.0, IoTs and drones in a field such as agriculture, which we naturally do not think about mostly in our daily lives. So I thank you all for that. I would also like to thank our faculty members who were guiding us throughout the journey of this event. I would like to thank the organizing committee members for setting up such a wonderful platform for us. And finally, I would like to thank all of you, my dear friends, for sitting throughout the event, for learning throughout the event, and for having the zeal and the interest to work out the goal, the sustainability goal that we collectively have with us. I thank you all. Let's have a big round of applause for all of us. We'll be sending the feedback forms also to your mails, so you can fill it through that too. And now I would request you all to please, you can leave if you want to. We will have the certificates distribution outside. Thank you.
What you are doing, you are putting the middleman on the ground, taking a distance middleman. I am not doing it. I am going to finish this process. No middleman. If the middleman will be there, automatically the real price will not reach to the farmer, and they will be stick. Storage, I am not going to do. Direct supply.
अक्षय अपन लेते हैं ना, आ जाना।
Too much pressure for dressing. And speaking nothing.